Chapter 728. It was not easy to live in Jiangnan. How deep was the snow in Jiangnan? The repeated secret edicts of the Qing court threw all of Jiangnan into chaos. The snow, which was not heavy, added an endless chill to the tens of thousands of common people. All of the large merchants felt the pressure and murderous aura coming from Jingdo. The Xiong family of Lingnan and the Sun family of Quanzhou had always been on good terms with the Fan family. Under the pressure of the court, they did not dare move. As for the salt merchants who had always been under the protection of the court nobility and had been stealing the wealth of the world from the side, they began to grow restless. The change in the way the palace treasury invited business had fundamentally attacked the power Fan Xian possessed. Everyone could see this clearly, particularly Xia Qifei, as Fan Xian's representative in Jiangnan and the current head of the Ming family. He felt the imminent danger. Given the Ming family's influence in Jiangnan and, most importantly, the survival of the Ming family would affect the lives of the people in Jiangnan. It would make the court have some fear when they acted. At least, they would not directly force the Ming family to death in the 11th year of the Qing calendar. If the Ming family truly fell apart, the court would not receive any benefits. However, this trend was already set. If the situation continued to develop like this, in a few years, the Ming family would gradually be marginalized and gradually swallowed up by the other dozen or so Jiangnan merchants supported by the court. Behind Xia Qifei were the lives of tens of thousands of people. He had no choice but to be cautious and prudent. Furthermore, the long conversation that night with the Jiangnan governor, Xueqing, made it clear what the court wanted of him. After that night, Xia Qifei sank into deep thought. He had to choose between Sir Fan Jr. and the court. It was because of this vexing thought that after he received the Qinian unit's notice, he did not choose to immediately sneak into Jingdo to meet with Fan Xian. It was not that he had begun to waver. Rather, he knew that Fan Xian had asked him to enter the capital to assess his loyalty. The present situation did not give Xia Qifei the time to demonstrate his loyalty. The situation in Jiangnan was too dangerous, so he only wrote a personally written letter to Fan Xian to express his loyalty as always. If it had been any other merchant, it would not have been a difficult matter to choose between the court and the already powerless Fan Xian. Merchants pursued profit. They themselves did not have the true power to influence the situation. They had to voluntarily or be forced to lean toward the more powerful side. This was the natural nature of merchants. Even if Xia Qifei abandoned Fan Xian and left, presumably, it would not be surprising or shameful to many people. However, Xia Qifei was not a normal merchant. This was also the reason Fan Xian had chosen him to be his representative in Jiangnan. This illegitimate child of the Ming family had a very similar life path to Fan Xian. He had wandered the Jianghu since he was young and was the leader of the Jiangnan water bandits. Other than the natural bloodline of a merchant, he also had some of the spirit of loyalty of the Jianghu people. Xia Qifei knew that without Sir Fan, he would not be able to return. Was Fan Jr. would not be able to fan. Of the Ming, of Ming, he return, he, and Ming, he, Fan, he, and he. The Ming family had operated in Jiangnan for countless years. Even when Fan Xian had come to Jiangnan in the past, it had been difficult. Now, under Xia Qifei's lead, they began to launch a resistance against the pressure of the Jiangnan governor's yamen and the secret edict from Jingdo. For a moment, all of Jiangnan fell into chaos. The Jiangnan governor, Xueqing, who had worked well with Fan Xian in the past but did not show much of himself, stood up. This high-ranking border official in the Qing court coldly began to suppress the Ming family. Furthermore, he, unexpectedly, once again helped the fourth master of the Ming family onto the stage. This was a move Fan Xian had used in the past. Now, Xueqing simply copied it and obtained very good results. The Ming garden had always been divided into a few factions. Although the old Ming family did not have a lot of shares in their hands, they were, after all, people within the Ming family. Now that the differences between the two sides had been put on the table, it was clearly difficult for Xia Qifei to continue protecting Fan Xian's interests in Jiangnan. However, Xia Qifei still persisted. With the great support of Zhaoshang Money House, he turned money into power and permeated the entire Jiangnan officialdom from bottom to top. He did not care about the true implementation of the court's edict. The head of the Ming family knew that the general trend could not be stopped. Sir Fan Jr. was just waiting for something in Jingdo. What they needed to do was to do their best to preserve his power and allow his wait in Jingdo to continue. The problem was, how long would they have to wait? How long would they have to endure with their lives on the line before they reached the end? They did not endure for long. It was clear that the Qing court had lost patience with the Jiangnan aristocrats and merchants' lack of cooperation. On the third day after the end of Winter Tea Party the Palace Treasury Transport Company held, the head of the Ming family, Xia Qifei, who had sternly opposed the new rules of the palace treasury bidding, was assassinated outside Suzhou. There were more than 500 black-clothed people assassinating Xia Qifei. No one knew how these killers had passed through the Qing kingdom's strict internal defenses and arrived outside Suzhou. They also didn't know where these ruthless and military-like killers had come from. Why had the Suzhou government and the Jiangnan governor's manor reacted so slowly when Xia Qifei was assassinated? There were tens of thousands of provincial soldiers on Jiangnan Road. Why had not a single killer been caught after the incident? The 500 black-clothed killers swallowed Xia Qifei's group of carriages like a tide. Although Xia Qifei was the master of the Jiangnan water bandits and had countless brave men willing to risk their lives for him, in the face of such an unexpected surprise attack, he threw away all his heads and spilled all his blood. In the end, his defensive perimeter was broken through. The Jiangnan water bandits' new director died in battle. Guan Wumei, who had returned to Suzhou to help take care of affairs, also died in this assassination. Xia Qifei originally had no chance of survival. However, at this critical moment, an unremarkable Ming family servant carried the heavily injured Xia Qifei on his back. Relying on a cold sword in his hand, he killed his way out of the heavy encirclement and carried Xia Qifei back to the Ming family. The Ming garden was sealed and not opened for 3 days. When the provincial soldiers arrived at the scene of the assassination, other than the bodies of the Ming family servants and guards lying on the ground, they didn't find anything. The black-clothed killers didn't even leave a single body behind. That night, in the Jiangnan governor's manor, Governor Xueqing and the 2 advisors looked at the intelligence report in their hands and began to think deeply. The court disregarded the shock of the world and still wanted to brazenly attack. It was already staking everything on one throw. In Jingdo, the emperor no longer wanted to play these empty games with Fan Xian and had already lost his patience. However, Xia Qifei had survived such a thunderous attack. This reality made Xueqing feel slightly disappointed. Presently, the Ming garden had been sealed. The court could not openly break into the Jiangnan Ming family's garden. In the intelligence report, the swordsman who had carried Xia Qifei far away on his back had attracted Xueqing's attention. To be able to break out of the encirclement when faced with hundreds of Qing elite soldiers, a martial artist with such ability had to be a 9th-level ace. There were not many 9th-level aces in the world. To be able to remain hidden by Xia Qifei's side and turn the tide in the end, it could only be a disciple of the sword hut that Fan Xian had sent. The Jiangnan matter did not end there. In this bloody storm, the assassination of the master of the Ming family was only a prelude. After the Ming family closed the garden, the headquarters of the Jiangnan water bandits in Shazhou began to mobilize their aces in preparation to rush to Suzhou. However, this group of reinforcements had only traveled halfway when they were stopped and disarmed by the provincial soldiers of the court. The Jiangnan Navy stationed in Shazhou took advantage of the emptiness of the Jiangnan water bandits to carry out the cruelest purge. The Jiangnan water bandits surrounded by the lake were burned by a big fire. No one knew how many people died. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights and did not stop. It burned the lake dry and burned the reeds into long incense sticks for sacrifice. There could be countless reasons for the court to purge the Jiangnan water bandits. However, what disappointed Xueqing was that the Jiangnan navy was too ruthless. The group of water bandits they had stopped along the way were either dead or injured. The captives were also very stubborn. Not a single person was willing to open their mouth. Thus, his attempt to link the Ming family to the Jiangnan water bandits was forced to a halt. On the third day of the Ming Garden's closure, the fourth young master of the Ming family died in the well. It was said that he felt guilty and jumped into the well to commit suicide. Immediately after, the people of the older faction of the Ming family began to gradually wither away. Xia Qifei, who had lost too many of his family and brothers, began a cruel counterattack. At least for now, the Ming Garden had finally stabilized under his bloody methods and the help of the Dongyu warriors. The effect of the court using such methods to deal with the Jiangnan giant merchant, the Ming family, was too bad. It could easily cause unrest among the people in Jiangnan and cause the other merchants to develop a sense of distrust toward the court. Furthermore, it should not be forgotten that Xia Qifei now also had the status of an official. His position as the Jiangnan supervisor of the Overwatch Council had not been removed, so the governor's manor would not admit that this matter had anything to do with the government. Under the Ming family's angry accusations and the Jingdo Overwatch Council headquarters questioning, with the Jiangnan governor's yamen as the leader, the governments of a few large provinces began to band together and diligently launch an investigation into the assassination of Xia Qifei. Of course, everyone could imagine that this investigation would never have any results. Strangely, no one, whether it was the government or the Ming family, brought up the Jiangnan water bandits that had disappeared in a sea of fire. It was as if the once glorious Jianghu power in Jiangnan had never existed. Compared to the inexplicable battle outside Cangzhou and the great victory at the mouth of Hong Mountain that decided the direction of history, the turmoil and killing in Jiangnan were not so eye-catching. The number of people who died was not as many as those two places, and the impact did not appear to be as large as those two places. The nobles and citizens of Jingdo only vaguely knew that there was a very rich family in Jiangnan that did not seem to be doing very well recently. However, the contest in Jiangnan was actually the true contest because it bore the largest portion of the Qing kingdom's tax revenue and a third of the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Furthermore, Jiangnan had always been peaceful. Even when Fan Xian had gone down to Jiangnan and caused chaos, he had carefully controlled the disturbance within a certain range. Although he had provoked a movement of Jiangnan scholars into the streets, he had not caused Jiangnan to fall into chaos. This time, Jiangnan had truly fallen into chaos. If Xia Qifei had not luckily survived and used even more ruthless methods to soothe his sorrowful heart, perhaps Jiangnan would have already completely fallen into the court's control. Regarding this, it could only be said that Fan Xian's luck in this life was indeed good. The trust he had placed in his trusted subordinates had completely exceeded the returns. The Cold War between the Emperor and Fan Xian became a hot battle in three important places. Other than these three places, something else happened outside Yingzhou. However, this matter did not attract too much attention. Su Wenmao, an official of the Overwatch Council and the head of the Palace Treasury Transport Company who had been stripped of his official position by the court and escorted back to Jingdo for trial, passed through Yingzhou. When the group of prisoner carriages had just left Yingzhou, they were attacked by a group of mountain bandits. That day, countless officials of the Ministry of Justice responsible for escorting the criminal officials were killed or injured. Su Wenmao had one of his arms chopped off. In the end, whether he was alive or dead was unknown. Back then, the Yingzhou mountain bandit was actually Guan Wumei, right? That year, I took a boat down to Jiangnan. The first group I came into contact with was her. Then, through her connections, I found the seventh young master of the Ming dynasty, Xia Qifei. On the 28th of the 12th month of the 10th year of the Qing calendar, Jiangnan's intelligence finally arrived at the Fan Manor through Baoyue brothel. Fan Xian looked at the intelligence report in his hand and was silent for a moment. He then said, the Jiangnan water bandits had long been secretly recruited. The focus of the Hangzhou conference has always been in Yingzhou. The tragic scene after the river burst its banks has long disappeared. The present Yingzhou Zhizhou is a good official I personally picked. How could there be so many mountain bandits again? Fan Xian smiled, but his smile was slightly desolate. He turned his head to glance at Lin Wan, and said, you and I have struggled for so many years, but it still can't compare to the Emperor's unreasonable and blind killing. When Fan Xian had come down to Jiangnan, he had passed by Yingzhou and found that the people's livelihood was difficult. Later, the palace treasury was rejuvenated. The court's national treasury was filled, and the palace treasury was plentiful. At the first moment, the Hangzhou conference that Lin Wan hosted began to throw silver into the poor provinces on both sides of the Yangtze River. At that time, there was Fan Xian and Princess Chen's reputation holding the line. There was also the Overwatch Council's sinister surveillance, so there were no officials who dared to take silver from it. The people's livelihood in Jiangnan should be better than before. The Sword Hut sent a total of 6 people down to Jiangnan. I left 3 in the palace treasury because that is the most important place. The other 3 are mainly responsible for Xia Qifei and Su Wenmao's safety. I don't want these people following me to all die, Fan Xian said expressionlessly. Even so, such a big problem still occurred. I hope Wenmao will be able to survive. Lin Wan watched him quietly from the side. She knew that there was a lot of pain and pressure in his heart. Fan Xian lowered his head and thought deeply for a moment. He then slowly raised his head. A flame seemed to begin to burn in his eyes. This flame was very much like the fire that had burned in the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. It was as if countless wronged souls were struggling, wailing, crying, and howling in this fire. The situation in Jingdou was also full of bitter wind and rain. Yan Bingyun was still in Dingzhou dealing with the matters of the Qingzhou battle. Even though he had already left Dingzhou, he still had to spend some time on the road. It was during this time that the Imperial Censorate took the opportunity to begin its pressure on the Overwatch Council. Of the 2 directors of the Overwatch Council, one was dead and the other was crippled. Yan Bingyun was unable to obtain the Overwatch Council's heartfelt obedience. A group of dragons was without a leader. Relying on the Emperor's indulgence and the cooperation of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the Imperial Censorate began a cruel purge of the Overwatch Council under He Zhongwei's lead. The first to bear the brunt was the First Bureau. In just 3 days, over 30 Overwatch Council officials had been arrested and thrown into the Supreme Court. It was rare for the seemingly gentle civil officials to have a chance to act against the Overwatch Council. They would not be polite. The various torture devices in the prison all began to take effect. Defeated. Fan Xian had lost. He lost again and again until he was utterly defeated. Fan Xian knew he was wrong. The Emperor was like Dong Mountain. Even if he created countless storms under heaven, as long as this mountain did not fall, the Qing court would not fall into chaos. No matter how big the storm, it would still be cold. The secret news that came from the heavenly palace was like the last straw that pressed down on Fan Xian's heart, forcing him to immediately make a choice. A beauty that had been chosen to enter the palace was said to be pregnant with a dragon seed. Hearing this news, Fan Xian couldn't help but smile coldly. It looked like the celery's demon-killing effect was indeed not very effective against a monster like a great grandmaster. Xia Qifei is having a difficult time in Jiangnan. If I still don't act, he won't even be able to protect himself, much less support me. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The more of my power I lose, the more ruthless the Emperor's methods will be. This is a matter that complements each other. At the beginning, he will come slowly, but my counterattack power will become smaller and smaller. His worries will also become less and less, and his methods will become more and more crazy until he finally turns me into a loner. The court's actions in Jiangnan are actually very unwise, Lin Wan said in a quiet voice. Anyone with eyes knows what the Ming family's predicament is. The court's actions this time are too obvious, and the methods they use are too bloody. I'm afraid the Jiangnan merchants will be at odds with each other from now on. Not only is it unwise, it can even be called stupid. However, it is very clear that the emperor does not care about this. He only cares about using the shortest amount of time to completely destroy me and shatter any hope I have. Fan Xian's expression was wooden. For some reason, it seems that he is also somewhat anxious. Lin Wan looked at him. Her heart trembled slightly. Although the husband and wife did not say anything explicitly, she only needed one look to know what he was thinking in his heart. Particularly under such circumstances, his expression was enough to prove his thoughts. Just like this, two clear streams of tears flowed out from Wan Er's eyes. She stared at Fan Xian in a daze and said in a trembling voice, "But, what can you do?" Fan Xian was silent for a long time. He then gently pulled her into his arms and held her as gently as if he was holding a child. In a quiet voice, he said, "Although I have lost again and again and appear to have no power to retaliate, it actually proves something that I really want to know. The emperor is, in the end, old. He is no longer as patient as he was in the past. He is steady and cold to a frightening degree and doesn't give people any chances." Fan Xian lowered his head and said by his wife's ear. Fan Xian lowered his head and said by his wife's ear, "After taking off that dragon robe, the emperor is more like a normal person. Perhaps this is my opportunity." Time changed. Fan Xian did not have time to wait for the black-shrouded relative to return from the world of ice and snow. If he truly continued to wait like this, even if the emperor continued to resist killing him, even if he waited until Uncle Wu Zhu returned, at that time, everyone he cared about would probably all die, just like the people in the Jiangnan water bandits, Guan Wumei, Su Wan Mao, and the officials in the Overwatch Council. He had to counterattack. Furthermore, he did indeed have a secret in his hands that even the emperor did not know about. However, he knew that once the counterattack regarding the palace treasury truly began, there would be no turning back between Fan Xian's faction and the person in the royal palace. Perhaps the entire Qing kingdom would sink into chaos because of this. If Fan Xian lost, countless people behind him would probably die. Fan Xian did not have the confidence to defeat his emperor. When he bravely stood out with his life as the price, he had to leave a path of retreat for the family and friends he cared about. After that autumn rain, he no longer cared about his own life and death, but he still cared about the life and death of others. Because of this path of retreat, the Fan Manor was quiet for a long time after the 28th of the 12th lunar month. The atmosphere was oppressive for a long time. Even the two little children seemed to have noticed their father's strange emotions and no longer dared to make a loud noise. Because of this path of retreat, the Fan Manor was quiet for a long time after the 28th of the 12th lunar month. The atmosphere was oppressive for a long time. Even the two little children seemed to have noticed their father's strange emotions and didn't make any loud noises. After a very tasteless New Year, Fan Xian casually ate some dumplings and shut himself in the study. He shut himself in for 7 days. It was not until the 7th that he came out of the study. Everyone in the manor was waiting outside the study. Lin Wan stood to the side and looked at him worriedly. Cici brought a bowl of ginseng soup to his hands. Cici's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt an ominous premonition, but she bit her lips tightly and did not make a sound. She believed that the young master she had watched grow up was not immortal. No matter what kind of predicament he faced, he would easily solve it, just like he had in the past 20 years. On the 7th day of the new year, classes began at the Imperial College. After washing up, Lin Wanner helped him tidy up his clothes and sent him to the main entrance of the mansion. On the way there, her hands trembled slightly. The morning sunlight broke through the cold clouds that had sealed the capital for a long time and shone down coldly. Lin Wanner stared at Fan Xian's handsome cheek in a daze. She didn't know if she would ever see it again. Suddenly, she saw a strand of white hair on Fan Xian's temple, shining in the morning light. She couldn't help but feel her heart wrench in pain. She tried her best to remain calm as she asked, "Have you figured anything out after thinking for 7 days?" Fan Xian sighed and recovered the laziness and helplessness he had when he first entered Jingdo. He smiled and said, "Thinking for 7 days, hoping to become a great grandmaster. Don't you think I'm being too delusional?" Lin Wanner covered her mouth and laughed. "What wishful thinking. There has been a reply to the message I asked Eunuch Dai to deliver to the palace before the new year. His Majesty has asked me to enter the palace in the afternoon." Fan Xian glanced at his wife with pity. "His Majesty has always loved you. Adding to the fact that he is old, I don't think he will make things difficult for you. If you are not comfortable in Jingdo, go back to Danzhou. His Majesty has to give grandmother some face." Lin Wanner continued to cover her mouth and asked with a smile, "I'm too lazy to leave. I'll wait for you at home." "But have you really thought of something?" Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders and said like a ruffian, "What idea?" "His Majesty doesn't have any openings on his body." "Ah, I remember. A man surnamed Xiong once said that since he doesn't have openings on his body, then he has openings." "You're joking again." Lin Wanner covered her mouth and laughed until she was about to cough out tears. "I was joking anyway." Fan Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Wanner on the forehead. He then climbed into the carriage without turning his head. Watching the carriage head in the direction of Dongchuan Road and the Imperial College, the smile on Lin Wanner's face immediately turned into desolation. She lowered the sleeve she had covered her mouth with. There were 2 spots of blood on the white sleeve. These 7 days had been difficult for her. Her old illness had relapsed, and she was very sad. Confucius said to become righteous. Mencius said to take righteousness. Only when righteousness is done, then benevolence is at its peak. Reading the books of the saints, what have you learned? I have no regrets. Since ancient times, those with lofty ideals who believed in righteousness under heaven should not be moved by success or failure. A voice, so calm and even slightly cold, rang out in front of the little lake in the Imperial College. More than 100 students of the Imperial College listened quietly to Sir Fan Jr.'s lesson. Many people felt that Sir Fan Jr.'s mood was strange. He seemed to like to joke mischievously, but those mischievous jokes were not very funny. Many people felt that Sir Fan Jr. had something on his mind. Hu the scholar watched this scene quietly from under a large tree. His old heart was comforted. He thought he knew what Fan Xian was worried about, so he was comforted. It was the 7th day of the new year, the first class of the Imperial College. In the afternoon, the emperor would summon Fan Xian into the palace. The upper echelons of the Qing court all knew that it was Fan Xian who had invited them into the palace this time. Naturally, Hu the scholar thought that under the emperor's repeated blows and in front of the great battle results the Qing kingdom had achieved, Fan Xian had admitted defeat. Thinking of the Qing kingdom ruler and officials being of one mind, father and son of one mind, unifying the world and living in harmony, Hu the scholar felt incomparably comforted. He didn't even pay attention to the specific contents of Fan Xian's lesson. Kong is not Jiao Kong pretending to be Wang Lihong. It is not Kong Ming waving a fan, and it is even less likely to mean eye-catching. Mencius, I don't really like this person because he likes to argue too much. He is similar to me. Fan Xian smiled as he lectured to the 100 Imperial College students by the lake. He didn't care whether or not these students could understand. There were indeed collections of classics and history in this world, but there were no Confucius, Mencius, or many other philosophers. There were theories of benevolence and righteousness, but very few were as clear as what Confucius said. Such a thing as risking one's life for righteousness must occasionally be done, but I am not that kind of person. I have always been afraid of death. After these words were said, all of the Imperial College students laughed. They felt that in Sir Fan Jr.'s messy lecture, a joke that they could understand had finally appeared. But Fan Xian's expression suddenly became cold. After waiting for the surroundings to quiet down, he said, word by word, "How many people are different from animals? Is it only those who value righteousness? Not necessarily. A person's instinct is to seek life and avoid death. However, a person is worthy of respect when they can bravely meet death. Why meet death? Naturally, it is because there are things in this world that are more important than life and death. This still has nothing to do with me." He smiled. Then, there was silence all around. Everyone felt that something was strange. All of the Imperial College students stared in a daze at him by the lake. No one laughed out loud. I had always thought that there was nothing in this world more important than one's own life and death. Later, I discovered that a person's desire is an extraordinary thing. A person having the right to choose is an extraordinary thing. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "Since we are going to die, then we have to choose a way for us to die to our heart's content." Although the phrase, "no regrets," is a bit vulgar, in the end, it is still a very practical thing. How should a person live their life? Fan Xian looked around and asked this question. Naturally, no one answered. After a moment of silence, his voice reverberated through the quiet Imperial College. "I've thought about this question my entire life and still haven't understood it. Copying many books, earning a lot of money, marrying many wives, having many children, I seem to have done it all. Then, I thought about it for a long time and came to a general conclusion. It is to live however I want, as long as I live with a clear conscience. This is roughly what I want to say today." After saying this, Fan Xian left the Imperial College and sat in the lonely black carriage, leaving behind a group of confused and baffled young Imperial College students looking at each other, as well as Hu the scholar, whose expression had changed dramatically after he finally understood what Fan Xian was saying. Hu the scholar left the Imperial College in fear and hurried in the direction of the royal palace. It was still early. Fan Xian would only be able to enter the palace in the afternoon. He hoped he still had time to say something to the emperor, advise him, and prevent something from happening. Fan Xian's rambling speech in the Imperial College spread out in the shortest amount of time. There was no need for people with intentions to add fuel to the fire. In reality, all of Jingdo, those sensitive people had been waiting for this Jingdo idler's reaction. In contrast to all of these people's hurried nervousness, Fan Xian was very calm. There was still some time before he entered the palace. He arrived at Xiaofan restaurant and began to enjoy the rare, perhaps last, enjoyment of the winter, a few steaming baskets of jietang buns, as well as Dabao, who had a bun face on the side of the table. Chapter 729. A pair of long chopsticks pierced into the longan of the jietang bun and pulled it apart to reveal the delicious and tempting broth inside. Fan Xian took out a ladle and scooped out the broth and ladled it into the porcelain bowl in front of Dabao. He then picked out the meat stuffing and placed it on top of Dabao's zhajiangmian. "Little Xian, eat." Dabao lowered his head as he attacked the food. His words were unclear but unusually determined. Hearing his tone, he was truly worried that Fan Xian would give everything to him and that he wouldn't be full. Fan Xian looked at his brother-in-law and smiled. He used his hands to tear open the soft and white skin of the jietang bun and soaked it in the kelp soup. He casually took a few bites. Ever since he had taken over his position in the first bureau of the Overwatch Council, he liked to eat buns in Xiaofan restaurant. Each time he came to eat buns, he would bring Dabao. He knew that Dabao only liked to eat the meat stuffing and had no interest in the skin of the buns. Thus, it was suitable for the two brothers to work together. Glancing at the happy and sweaty Dabao, for some reason, Fan Xian's heart began to ache. He didn't know if he would have such an opportunity to waste time with his brother-in-law in the future. He liked being together with Dabao. Only when he was with Dabao could he truly relax. He could tell Dabao all of his secrets, his views of the world, and he wouldn't have to worry about Debao betraying him. After today, it would probably be very difficult to eat buns with Debao again. It would also be very difficult to lie at the bow of the boat with Debao and talk about how the starry sky of the Qing kingdom was so similar to the starry sky of that world. Fan Xian's face still carried a warm and encouraging smile as he looked at Debao, but he sighed in his heart. He couldn't taste his food. Grabbing a towel beside the table, he wiped away the grease on his hands and turned his head slightly. Separated by the railing of the second floor of Xiaofan restaurant, he looked at the two yamens across the street. The Supreme Court of the Qing Kingdom and the first branch of the Overwatch Council were both across the street from Xiaofan restaurant. Today was the 7th day of the new year. It was the first day of duty for court officials after the end of the year. On this day, other than the interaction between the various departments, the exchange of well wishes, and the exchange of red packets, there were actually no important political matters that needed to be handled. Inside a yamen, everyone was basically having a tea party. From the main official to the lowest level of scribes, everyone was holding a teapot, eating melon seeds, and chatting leisurely. This was the custom of the entire world's officialdom. Even the one in the palace knew this. After all, it was the atmosphere of the new year. When on duty, it was very idle and there was nothing to do. Naturally, the shift ended even earlier. It was clearly not time yet. The sun hiding behind the cold clouds in the sky had not yet moved to its southern zenith. Across the street, many officials walked out of the yamen of the Supreme Court. These officials met up with the officials from the other departments who had been waiting outside the yamen. Like birds and beasts, they scattered on the street. No one knew where they had gone to enjoy the delicacies of Jingdo. On the first day of duty, it was not a crime to eat and drink at noon. It was even possible that after getting drunk, they would return to their manners to rest in the afternoon. Different from the Supreme Court, the first branch of the Overwatch Council's yamen, which was clearly much more wretched and sinister, still had its doors tightly shut. There were no officials going in to do business, and there were no idle people walking around laughing and laughing. A depressing atmosphere that made one's head droop emanated from the courtyard. Fan Xian looked calmly at the familiar courtyard, which he had once controlled with one hand. He knew very well why it was like this. The Overwatch Council was facing a bleak storm. Its position in court had dropped 1,000 li, particularly in the previous month. Many Overwatch Council officials had been arrested by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court on some groundless charges. Although they knew that it was the Imperial Censorate leading the purge, the Overwatch Council seemed to have lost its former magic. It was no longer able to gather its true power and give the most powerful counterattack. With He Zhongwei at the head, the Imperial Censorate faintly suppressed Hu the Scholar and began to lead the entire system of civil officials to launch an attack on the Overwatch Council. No one knew how many Overwatch Council officials had welcomed cruel punishments in prison. The Qing Kingdom was no longer the Qing Kingdom with the old cripple. A wave of steady footsteps and self-contained laughter came from the stairs. About 7 or 8 officials walked up from downstairs. Looking at their clothing, they were all high-ranking officials. These officials did not go to the private rooms on the 3rd floor. Instead, under the guidance of the owner, they came to the railing and prepared to put up a screen and sit against the railing. Xiaofan restaurant had not been famous in the past. Although it was opposite the Supreme Court and First Bureau of the Overwatch Council, the officials always felt that the place was too low-class. Even in the private rooms, there were no girls to serve them, so they would rather go further. It was not until later that Fan Xian often came here to lean against the railing and munch on meat buns that he forcefully raised the reputation of Xiaofan restaurant. From then on, there was an additional type of elegance. Most of the officials who came to Xiaofan restaurant were from the Supreme Court. The main guest was Ho Jichang, who had just been transferred back to the capital from Jiaozhou. The officials of the Supreme Court knew that this person, who had once been one of Fan Xian's 4 disciples, had now put down his status and thrown himself under the tutelage of Scholar He, who had once been as famous as him. Only then did he have the wonderful matter of being transferred directly into the Supreme Court. The changes in the world truly made one sigh. The officials couldn't help but feel some disdain toward Ho Jichang's betrayal of Fan Xian. However, no one was willing to show it on their faces. It was Ho Jichang's first time in the Supreme Court, so he was invited to Xiaofan restaurant to treat. In order to give scholar he face, even the deputy of the Supreme Court personally came to accompany him. Arriving at the railing, the officials prepared to sit down. Before the screen came up, they could see the table on the other side of the railing. There were only 3 people at that table. A person who looked like a bodyguard had clearly finished eating and was looking around warily. The fat man facing the officials had his head lowered and was chewing fiercely. The person facing the officials was wearing commoner clothing. He raised his head to look at the other end of the street. It was just his back view, but it made everyone's heart thump. Ho Jichang's body froze. The hands that were exposed outside his official robes began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the cold wind outside had instantly eroded every inch of his skin. The other officials of the Supreme Court had only been shocked by the bleak back view and did not recognize that person's identity. Looking at Ho Jichang's deathly pale face, they couldn't help feeling incomparably shocked. They followed Ho Jichang's gaze and looked again. Finally, they understood where Ho Jichang's fear lay. After a moment of awkward silence, the deputy furrowed his brows and gently patted Ho Jichang's shoulder. In a quiet and comforting voice, he said, "Sit." Ho Jichang sat down restlessly. After a long time, he sighed with some shame. If this had been any other time in the past, this table of officials would certainly have gone to that table to respectfully greet Fan Xian. Now, not only did Fan Xian not have any official positions, but even his status as a first-rank duke had been taken away by the emperor. He had become a completely white person and was nothing more than a commoner. This table of officials of the Supreme Court were all He Zhongwei's direct subordinates. They knew that Sir Fan Jr. was on the other side of the railing and that they were on the other side of the railing. Naturally, they could not leave. What reason was there for an official to give way to a commoner? What reason was there for the He faction, currently in the limelight, to give way to a drowning dog? Seeing Fan Xian's ruined appearance, although these officials were not stupid enough to mock him, presumably, they felt a secret joy in the bottom of their hearts. These few days, the Supreme Court had been investigating the Overwatch Council's old cases and were in the limelight. Thinking of how this was a prosperous and important place in Jingdo and how the emperor had a death grip on Sir Fan Jr., as long as they did not actively provoke him, presumably, Fan Xian would not eat too much and come to ask for humiliation. For some reason, the screen had not been brought, but the food and wine had arrived first. Although the officials of the Supreme Court were not happy, they could not make a fuss in such a situation. Losing face was a small matter. If they actually had any interaction with the 3 silent people at the other table, it was not something these officials wanted to see. Today, we welcome Sir Ho into the temple. From now on, Sir Ho will be our colleague. The deputy of the Supreme Court smiled and raised the wine cup in his hand. Ho Jichang forced a smile and also raised his wine cup. However, he was truly flustered in his heart because he understood Fan Xian, his teacher, who was even younger than him. He had suddenly appeared opposite the Supreme Court and in Xiaofan restaurant. Did he really just like the buns in this restaurant? Thinking of this, his hand began to tremble again. Out of the corner of his eye, he unconsciously glanced at the 3 silent people on the other side of the railing. He knew who the fat man facing him was. It was Princess Chen's biological brother, De Bao, who was born stupid. He prayed silently that since Sir Fan Jr. had brought him here, he hoped he was not here to make trouble. The deputy of the Supreme Court sensed his strangeness and furrowed his brows unhappily. Ever since the previous deputy had been implicated in the old Qin family's rebellion in Jingdo, his position had been smooth sailing. Now, even the Overwatch Council had to look at his face. He truly did not feel that he had anything to be afraid of. Everyone knew Sir Fan Jr. was powerful, but could he be so unreasonable as to come and curse loudly? The deputy of the Supreme Court was clearly not satisfied with Ho Ji-chang's behavior. He glanced at the fat man sitting across from Fan Xian and guessed his identity. The corners of his lips twitched slightly and released a glimmer of a disdainful smile. The ridicule in his eyes was full of. Fan Xian liked to hang out with his silly uncle. This was something everyone in Jingdo knew, but it was also something the officials looked down on. Although this deputy did not dare to say anything to that side in mockery, the expression on his face revealed everything. The second matter is to welcome Sir Gua, who has finally returned from Jiangnan and has re-entered the imperial censor of the left. After these words were said, the banquet immediately became lively. The imperial censor of the left was a rather important position. Sir Gua smiled boastfully and raised his cup of wine in a toast. However, when his gaze landed on the other side of the railing, just like Ho Ji-chang, his expression became rather unnatural. Imperial censor Gua's surname was Guozheng. He was the person who had wanted to punish Fan Xian in the Jingdo government. Now that so many years had passed, the people of Jingdo had probably long forgotten this matter. However, Guozheng believed that Fan Xian would not forget, and he would not forget. Because in the Jiangnan Palace treasury matter, Guozheng had also stood against Fan Xian. The wine hadn't gone through 3 rounds when the 3 silent people on the other side of the railing had already finished eating. Fan Xian held the Bao's hand and walked toward the stairs. Teng Zijing followed silently behind. If the 3 of them wanted to go down, they had to pass the table where the officials were gathered. Unexpectedly, the officials at this table all quieted down at the same time with a glimmer of nervousness, waiting for the young master to quickly leave. However, Fan Xian did not leave. Very naturally, he came to the side of this table and looked at the officials with a slight smile. Seeing that the situation was not right, the deputy of the Supreme Court smiled awkwardly and stood up. Raising his hands in a salute, he said, "So, it is Sir Fan Jr." Only after he said the word, "I," did he realize that something was wrong. The other party was already a commoner. As a proper deputy of the Supreme Court, how could he say, "I"? The deputy stopped his mouth and steeled his heart. With a forced smile, he said, "Would you like to sit together?" Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. Ho Ji-chang had already stood up in fear. Lowering his head, he bowed toward Fan Xian. Cold sweat soaked through his back, but Fan Xian did not even glance at him. It was as if he did not exist. It was this kind of disregard that made everyone at the table feel a glimmer of coldness. Fan Xian did not look at Ho Ji-chang. He looked at the new imperial censor of the left beside him, Guozheng. In a quiet voice, he said, 3 years ago, I was very curious. I exiled you to Jiangnan, making you uneasy day and night. Later, when the Jingdo rebellion occurred, you were clearly a Xinjiang person, so why did the emperor not issue an edict to punish you? Later, I understood. You saw that the situation was not right, so you abandoned my poor mother-in-law and used your old friendship in the imperial censorate to hug He Zongwei's thigh. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head with a sigh. He Zongwei, that bastard, is a servant of 3 surnames. Naturally, you, a fence-sitter, learned everything from him. Presently, He Zongwei was an important figure in court. With Fan Xian's cutting words, all of the officials at the table could not sit still. Abruptly, they stood up and prepared to scold him. I was wrong. He Zongwei is not a servant of 3 surnames. The previous masters he served were all surnamed Li. Fan Xian shook his head. It should be said that he is a loyal dog of the Li family. The deputy of the Supreme Court finally couldn't resist and said something with a cold expression. However, Fan Xian seemed to not have heard it. He only looked coldly at the trembling Guozheng. Enunciating each word, he asked, for you to be transferred back to Jingdo to take up the post of imperial censor of the left, presumably you have performed a great service in Jiangnan. I was wondering if the deaths of my subordinates in Jiangnan had anything to do with you. Guozheng steeled his heart and said in a cold voice, I am carrying out my duties by imperial edict. Does Sir Fan Jr. have any objections? Very good, you finally have some backbone. This is what an imperial censor should be like, Fan Xian slowly said. I knew you were entering the capital today, so I made a special trip here to wait for you. The atmosphere in Xiaofan restaurant immediately became like the calm before a storm. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. Especially waiting for Guozheng. What did this mean? Although, until now, no one believed that Fan Xian would risk universal condemnation and do something to disgrace the court in such an important place in Jingdo, looking at Fan Xian's increasingly indifferent face, everyone felt a glimmer of coldness and fear. There were not many guards following these officials into Xiaofan restaurant. After all, no one would have thought that such a major incident would occur right across the street from the Supreme Court. Feeling the strange atmosphere upstairs, a few guards rushed up and watched the scene nervously. Fan Xian smiled. The deputy of the Supreme Court smiled awkwardly along with him. Guozheng smiled very awkwardly. Then, a plate of food landed directly on Guozheng's face. Vegetable juices and broken porcelain flew together. At the same time, the imperial censor's face split open, turning into countless rays of light that sprayed out. What sprayed out at the same time was the fresh blood that sprayed out from Guozheng's face. Fan Xian pulled back his hand and pressed it against the back of Guozheng's head, pressing it directly into the hard pear wood table. Such a hard table forcefully pressed a head made of flesh and blood into it. With a crack, a few fine cracks appeared on the surface of the pear wood table. Guozheng's cervical vertebra was completely broken. Blood seeped out from the gap between his facial bones and the pear wood table like black water. He didn't even have time to grunt. Sir Guozheng, who had just performed a great service for the court in Jiangnan and had returned to Jingdo to take over as the imperial censor of the left, was slammed into the table by Fan Xian's palm and became a dead man. There was a death-like silence. Everyone present stared stupidly at the deeply sunken head on the table and the table full of blood mixed with vegetable juices. They were speechless because no one dared to believe the scene they saw. Everyone thought it was an illusion. Killing on the street. Killing an official of the court. Killing an imperial censor of the left in front of so many officials. This was something that had never happened in Jingdo before. It was also something no one could imagine. No one could react at all. They only watched this scene as if they were watching an absurd play. Finally, an official reacted. He let out a terrified scream. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The guards charged over and attacked Fan Xian. However, there were only a number of muffled thuds. A few fainted bodies appeared on the wooden boards of the second floor of Xiaofan restaurant. Fan Xian continued to stand quietly by the table as if he had never attacked. The deputy of the Supreme Court extended a trembling finger and pointed it at Fan Xian. It was as if he had seen a demon from the netherworld suddenly walking under the sunlight. He couldn't say anything. His throat only made pitiful whimpering sounds. Fan Xian's eyes were expressionless. He looked at him coldly and asked, I heard that during this month, the Supreme Court, under your orders, has used a great deal of torture on my subordinates. 3 of my subordinates were tortured to death by you in prison. The deputy of the Supreme Court suddenly let out a loud cry and turned to run like a rabbit. Looking at his momentum, it looked like he was going to flip over the railing. Even if he fell heavily, he was going to run out of Xiaofan restaurant. However, since Fan Xian had already begun to act, how could he let him escape? There was only the sound of a gust of wind brushing past the pavilion of Xiaofan restaurant. There was another crisp crack and a muffled thud. The deputy of the Supreme Court cervical vertebrae snapped. His head was also smashed wretchedly into the hard pear wood table. Blood began to flow down the table, and the heads of the 2 officials of the imperial court sank into the table, unable to escape. Their corpses were half kneeling on the ground, and the tips of their feet, which were wearing thick boots, were still twitching. It was a horrifying scene. Killing 2 people on the street filled Xiaofan restaurant with the cries of ghosts and wails of deities. However, Fan Xian's expression did not change. He turned around. A waiter from Xiaofan restaurant had unknowingly appeared behind the crowd and handed over a steaming hot towel. Fan Xian accepted the towel and carefully wiped his hands. He then threw the towel to the ground with some disgust. Holding De Bao's hand, he walked down the stairs and said to the waiter, "You can begin." From the moment Fan Xian walked to this table to the moment he used the cruelest method to kill the 2 court officials to the moment he walked down the stairs and left, he did not glance at Hou Jichang. With a pale face, Hou Jichang's lips trembled. He withdrew his gaze from the stairs and looked at the 2 corpses. Looking at the blood flowing on the table, he didn't know whether it was brain or bean curd. Endless fear took over his whole body. Finally, he couldn't help but bend over and vomit uncontrollably. "Take uncle back to the manor." Below Xiaofan restaurant, Fan Xian helped De Bao onto the carriage and spoke to Teng Zijing. He then watched the black carriage head toward the south of the city. Fan Xian, alone, began to head in the direction of the royal palace. Fan Xian was not worried about the safety of the carriage going home. Along the way, there were swordsmen of the 6th Bureau responsible for protecting it. Just as he had said in Xiaofan restaurant, killing was to avenge the subordinates of the Overwatch Council. Although he was no longer the director of the Overwatch Council, as long as he wanted to, he would always be the director of the Overwatch Council. The Shadow returned to Jingdo and reorganized the 6th Bureau assassins who had long been hiding in the dark. The arrival of Haitang, particularly 13th Wang, made it impossible for the royal palace to stop Fan Xian from reconnecting with the people loyal to him in the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council. The Overwatch Council was already in a state of turmoil. Today could be considered this sinister council's last moment of glory. In the morning, Fan Xian, in the name of the director of the Overwatch Council, gave one last order to the spies and assassins the Overwatch Council had set up in various places. He didn't know how many secret agents and officials would follow him. Fan Xian believed that the men under his command would not disappoint him. The cold winter wind blew through the streets of Jingdo. There was still some time before he had to enter the palace. Fan Xian walked alone along the streets toward the royal palace in the distance. Along the way, he looked at the Jingdo streets and greedily breathed in the air. It was as if he wanted to engrave all of this into his memory. Even if he died, he wouldn't forget it. Not long after Fan Xian left Xiaofan restaurant, the first bureau of the Overwatch Council, which had its doors closed the entire time, suddenly came out. 100 black-robed Overwatch Council officials surged murderously into their old neighbor and now their most despicable new enemy, the Supreme Court. It had to be said that the 7th day Fan Xian had chosen was indeed the best time. It was not yet noon, but the officials of the Supreme Court had long gone to enjoy themselves with the officials of the other departments. The Supreme Court's Yamen had no power to resist in front of these wolf-like Overwatch Council officials. This coincidentally matched Fan Xian's hopes that there wouldn't be too many Qing officials who would bleed because of this turmoil. The court officials who were going to die had their reasons for dying. They were all targets that Fan Xian had carefully chosen. The first bureau had entered the Supreme Court to rescue their colleagues who had been sent to prison by the court. Fan Xian walked through Chang Street and turned Sheh Street. He bought a skewer of candied haws from a vendor and ate it with relish. Carelessly, he tossed a golden leaf. He couldn't be bothered to ask for change. He was very grateful to Jingdo's candied haws. Back then, it was because of the candied haws in that child's hands that he hadn't gotten lost in the Qing temple. At noon, the Minister of Revenue was entertaining guests in Yishir Tavern. He had invited the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and a few good friends. As expected, they were all core figures of the He faction. The minister gently stroked his short beard. He felt slightly proud in the warm winter room. After 3 years of hard work, he had finally cleared away the shadow the previous minister Fan Jian had left in the ministry. The independent kingdom that belonged to the Fan Manor no longer existed. He had finally become the true Minister of Revenue. In order to resist the pressure from the Fan Manor, he had taken the initiative and humbly stood by Scholar He's side. He did not feel humiliated because He Zhongwei had always been a scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Furthermore, standing by Scholar He's side was like standing in front of the emperor. This was an honor. Originally, the banquet should have been held at night to appear more formal. However, the guests who had gone to the He Manor to ask around had found out. Furthermore, after the court meeting before the new year, Scholar He had to explain that there were matters to be done in the palace on the 7th. Thus, Scholar He could not personally attend the banquet. Thus, the time had been moved to noon. Although he was slightly disappointed, the Minister of Revenue also let out a breath. Scholar He was not here, so he was the highest-ranking official at this table. Hearing the flattery by his ear, how happy was his mood. He had just reported to Scholar He's will. The Ministry of Revenue had forcefully interfered and played the Jingdo Yamen to the point where they wished they were dead, forcing the stubborn Sun Jingxiu to quietly resign. In the end, he still could not pay the silver to discuss his crimes and was sent to prison. The minister began to feel like he wished he were dead. What did you have to fight with me? Isn't it just because you have a good daughter? After your daughter is sold to the musical house, I'm going to secretly make your daughter feel like she's about to die. The alcohol had gotten to his head. Just as the Minister of Revenue was circling around the words, "Wish he were dead," he did not notice a cunning and sinister light flash through the eyes of the woman serving everyone in the warm room. The minister did not know that the poison in the Wuliangye he drank was enough to make him wish he were dead countless times. On the 7th day of the first month in the 11th year of the Qing calendar, Ishur Tavern caught on fire. The warm room was reduced to ruins. The Minister of Revenue, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and a few other core officials of the He faction died in the fire from drinking in the line of duty. By the time the fire started, Fan Xian had already finished eating the candied haws. Carrying a newly bought black cloth umbrella, he walked to the beautiful Tianhe Street. He casually tossed the bamboo stick with the sugar residue into the unusually clean pond by the side of the street. He shrugged his shoulders, not at all blaming himself for his actions of polluting the environment. Then, he glanced at the black stone tablet in front of the Overwatch Council's main door that was being taken down and the decreasing number of golden characters on it. He stared at it for a moment and then shook his head. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Snowflakes began to float down. The snowflakes landed on the cold and cheerless door of the He Manor. Scholar He was upright and righteous. He hated people giving gifts the most, so he kept 2 vicious dogs at the door. Many people knew that this move had been first created by Sir Yan Ruahai in Viscount Qinghai's manor. They couldn't help secretly mocking Scholar He for copying someone else's ideas. No matter what, these 2 vicious dogs had helped him gain a good reputation. The 2 dogs were angered by the slowly falling snowflakes and began to bark at the sky with all their might. What was the use of frozen dogs barking at the snow? The snow continued to fall slowly and steadily. With 2 sorrowful cries, the 2 vicious dogs fell dead to the ground. A dozen assassins wearing commoner clothing cautiously controlled the surroundings of the quiet He Manor and then quietly snuck into the manor. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Opening the black cloth umbrella, he covered his eyes and the sky. The snowflakes accumulated on the black cloth umbrella and melted quickly. They were unable to gather together, which made him unhappy. Walking like this, he arrived in front of the royal palace. He did not go to the main door to wait for the message. Instead, he circled around the base of the royal palace. Under the watchful gazes of the imperial soldiers, he walked to a row of unremarkable single-story houses in the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Fan Xian pushed open the door and entered. Dusting the snowflakes off his body and head, he carefully placed the black cloth umbrella dripping with snow at the door. Smiling at the dumbstruck officials inside, he said, "Long time no see." Scholar He, who was sitting on the heated Kong and reading all kinds of memorials, slowly raised his head and glanced at the uninvited guest at the door. His brows furrowed. Chapter 730. The row of single-story buildings at the foot of the royal palace were unremarkable, but they were important places for the Hall of Governmental Affairs to discuss matters. Passing through a courtyard in the back corridor, one could directly enter the palace. It was the most important place. The imperial army and guards guarded it tightly. Even when the rebel army had surrounded the palace, they had not thought of opening a gap from here because there were still layers of palace walls behind the Hall of Governmental Affairs. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 7 years since he left Danzhou in the spring of the 4th year of the Qing calendar. Other than the 2 years he had stayed intermittently in Jiangnan, most of the truly exciting, tense, and memorable times of Fan Xian's second life had been in Jingdou. His life and identity were different from most people in the Qing kingdom. He had entered the palace too many times. It was as easy and comfortable as going home. Regardless of whether it was his identity as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council or his identity as the emperor's illegitimate child, the restrictions of the palace did not exist for him. On the 7th day of the new year, Fan Xian strolled to the row of single-story buildings below the royal palace like he was taking a stroll. Although the new year had just passed, the Hall of Governmental Affairs was still busy. Officials from various departments had come to discuss matters. No one noticed a figure holding a black cloth umbrella in the snow. Entering the inner area, the imperial soldiers and guards responsible for inspection were dumbfounded by Fan Xian's warm smile. They watched in a daze as he walked in. Fan Xian had come too naturally. All of the imperial soldiers and guards were familiar with the fact that this young man could enter and leave the royal palace without any hindrance. For a moment, they did not react. They allowed him to pass through layers of guards and come directly to the main room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. There were 2 heated Kong beds in the main room. A few layers of things were thrown haphazardly on top. Memorials from various places, as well as edicts the emperor had drafted, were piled everywhere. Ink and paper were piled haphazardly on the table. In the center of the Qing court, the working conditions did not look good. A few scholars and scribes were busy until Fan Xian put down the black umbrella dripping with snow water. The main room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs was silent. Everyone stared in a daze at Fan Xian. They didn't know why this figure, who had been severely punished by the emperor, would suddenly appear here. As Fan Xian walked through the streets of Jingdou, the various restaurants and yamens in Jingdou had already changed. However, the timing of the attack this time was perfect. When Fan Xian walked into the main room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the flames of revenge were just beginning to burn all around Jingdou. The news had not yet reached the palace. Of Fan Xian's sudden arrival, the first person to react was Scholar Pan. Scholar Pan Lin, who was closest to the door, of the bright light. This old scholar opened his slightly aged eyes and looked at Fan. He coughed and said, "Why are you here?" Ever since he was young, Fan Xian had learned Pan the scholar's handwriting. He had also earned his first silver from the newspaper Pan the scholar edited. Although he had not interacted with him twice in Jingdou, Fan Xian was always respectful to the old man. He smiled and replied, "The emperor summoned me to the palace in the afternoon. I had just arrived at the entrance to the royal palace when it suddenly began to snow. I thought it would be pointless to stand in the snow, so I came here to see you all." With these words, only then did everyone in the room remember that the emperor had indeed sent an edict to summon Fan Xian into the palace. Relaxing, they each smiled warmly and went forward to greet him. The officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs were different from the officials of the yamens below them. What they paid the most attention to was being in the same light as the dust. They were powerful but not angry, particularly as they were the officials closest to the emperor. They knew Fan Xian's true position in court, so no one dared to slight him. He Zongwei was the last to stand and walk over. There was a glimmer of self-control in his calm expression. The moment he appeared, the entire room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs immediately fell silent. Even Scholar Pan Lin coughed and left with his back bent. Everyone knew that Scholar he was following the Emperor's edict and doing his best to attack the pitiful power Sir Fan Jr. had left behind. Everyone also knew that during these years, Sir Fan Jr. and Scholar he had never interacted harmoniously, not even once. The situation had changed a long time ago. Scholar he was so popular that it was almost purple. His position in the Hall of Governmental Affairs was faintly higher than Scholar whose. Faced with Fan Xian, who had sunk into a difficult situation, what would he say or do? Long time no see. He Zongwei looked at Fan Xian warmly. It's not time yet. Sit down and drink a cup of hot tea to warm your body. Otherwise, you'll have to stand for half a day in the royal study. These words were spoken warmly, sincerely, and lightly. It moved one's expression. The concern that came from the depths of his words was something that anyone could hear. He Zongwei's behavior gave one the feeling that there had never been any problems between these two most famous young nobles in the Qing court. Truly intelligent people would have heard other meanings. This was the leniency of a victor toward a loser. This was a concern from a higher position. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly in a not quite there smile. He then slowly raised his head and looked at the dark-skinned scholar in front of him. He paused for a moment and then calmly said, "I came here today to say a few words to you." "That's right, my time hasn't come yet, but yours has." No one could understand these words. Even He Zongwei himself did not hear the sinister background tone in them. He paused slightly and furrowed his brows as he looked at Fan Xian. It was as if he wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, he heard a clamor coming from outside the Hall of Governmental Affairs. There were a few unsuppressible cries of surprise mixed in the chaotic noise. What a mess! He Zongwei's expression was slightly heavy. He looked at the official who had charged through the door and reprimanded him slightly angrily. "Sir! Deputy Cheng of the Supreme Court and the new imperial censor of the left, Guozheng, have been killed on the street." The official fearfully reported the news that had come from outside earlier. Hearing this news, it was as if the entire room exploded. Shocked cries rang out. The officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs managed the Qing court for the emperor. When had they ever heard of such a high-ranking court official being assassinated in the street? He Zongwei's body froze. The deputy of the Supreme Court and imperial censor Guozheng were both his trusted aides, particularly Guozheng. He had always viewed the Fan faction as a great enemy and had done many things for him in Jiangnan. He had performed a great service for the emperor, which was why he had found an opportunity to move him back to Jingdo. In the end, he had just returned to Jingdo and died. A glimmer of paleness flashed across his dark face. It quickly returned to normal. He abruptly raised his head and stared at Fan Xian's handsome face. His eyes narrowed and glowed with a cold light. Without waiting for He Zongwei to open his mouth to speak, Fan Xian gently lowered his eyelids. Amidst the cries of surprise, he quietly said, "The Minister of Revenue is also dead, as are 2 vice-ministers. This is the list I drafted. Take a look and see if you missed anything." After Fan Xian said this, he took out a thin piece of paper from his clothes and handed it over. He Zongwei's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. He accepted the paper and scanned it roughly. He saw the names and positions of a dozen officials. They were all his trusted aides. After Fan Xian handed the list to Scholar He, the entire room in the Hall of Governmental Affairs immediately fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop to the ground. Fan Xian carelessly rubbed his temples and inserted the thin needle between his fingers back into his hair. Calmly, he said, "I don't want to kill innocent officials, so please confirm. If these are all your people, then I can rest easy." The slip of paper full of names floated to the ground. The room was silent. At this moment, everyone knew that the bloodshed in Jingdo had been caused by Sir Fan Jr. However, they didn't know if what he said was true. Had all those court officials died today? He Zhongwei understood Fan Xian, so he knew Fan Xian was not lying. Presumably, the names on the paper had already become a wisp of resentful spirit. He raised his head. His eyes burned with a venomous fire as he stared fixedly at Fan Xian. He didn't know why Fan Xian was doing this. Did he not know that doing this was a road to death? In this moment, He Zhongwei felt a faint sense of pride. He had actually forced Fan Xian to this path of life and death. Why? Someone capture this murderer. Everyone thought that He Zhongwei was going to angrily denounce Fan Xian's inhuman evil actions in front of the officials. No one had expected that halfway through his words, He Zhongwei would yell out loudly. Using the fastest speed, he hid behind the officials. It was still He Zhongwei who understood Fan Xian the best. Since Fan Xian had already disregarded life and death and had gone on a killing spree in Jingdo, he had the thought of fighting to the death. Seeing that Fan Xian had come to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to put down his umbrella before entering the palace, it was not just to use these dead people's names to mock and attack him. He wanted to kill him. Until now, no one believed that Fan Xian would dare to explode and kill people at the foot of the royal palace, in the solemn location of the center of the Qing kingdom. However, He Zhongwei believed it. He knew that the vicious young noble in front of him would dare to do anything once he went crazy. Thus, he did not care about the dignity of an official. As he cried out in terror for the imperial soldiers to protect him, he ran for his life toward the back of the officials. Fan Xian did not chase after him. He only watched his actions with a pitying and mocking gaze. He looked at the pale face behind everyone. After all, this was the Hall of Governmental Affairs in front of the royal palace. Long before He Zhongwei's cry, there were already imperial soldiers and internal guards who had noticed the commotion. Once they realized that something was wrong, a dozen guards and 3 imperial army generals had already charged into the large room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Pulling out the knives at their waists, they cautiously surrounded Fan Xian. No matter how powerful Fan Xian was, he would not be able to kill his way out of the encirclement of these internal court guards in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Behind the crowd, He Zhongwei's expression also looked slightly better. The paleness was gone. On the contrary, there were 2 threads of red. In a stern voice, he yelled, "Quickly, capture this murderer." A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Even if everyone knew that the blood in Jingdo had been shed under Sir Fan Jr.'s order, before they investigated clearly, who would go forward to capture Fan Xian? Particularly in a situation where Fan Xian had not made the first move, how could the imperial army generals and internal court guards dare to rashly charge forward? There was panic at the foot of the royal palace. The sound of soldiers being mobilized rang out everywhere. In an instant, urgent sounds came from outside the large room of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Countless imperial soldiers surrounded the room, surrounding Fan Xian and the officials who actually controlled the Qing court inside. Even if Fan Xian had a pair of wings, he probably wouldn't be able to fly out. However, it seemed that he didn't want to escape. He just looked calmly at He Zhongwei behind the crowd and casually took a step forward. This step shattered the courage of countless officials. Cries of surprise rang out in the room. The dozen guards surrounding Fan Xian pressed forward. Fan Xian stopped his steps and looked at He Zhongwei not far away through the heads of the crowd. Calmly, he said, "Perhaps it is as many people say, you are actually a capable official. In the future, it is very likely that you will become a famous official whose name will go down in history." Then, he shook his head and said, "However, I won't give you this opportunity to continue living. Speaking of which, it's strange. For some reason, I loathe you so much. This loathing is completely without reason. You are too materialistic and always want to step on others to climb up. This kind of behavior is what I dislike the most. Even if I don't like it, at most, I'll just punch you a few times. Unexpectedly, you later threw your entire life into opposing me, Fan Xian said with a slight smile. It's a pity that this career is not very glorious. On the contrary, it gives me even more reasons to kill you. Fan Xian smiled warmly. In the eyes of everyone in the room, this smile was sinister, terrifying, and full of murderous intent. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Thus, the imperial soldiers and guards around him didn't move lightly. They were terrified of provoking this figure's craziness and starting a massacre. Hearing the latter part of Fan Xian's words, a severe light flashed through He Zhongwei's eyes. He prepared to open his mouth and say something coldly. Unexpectedly, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. This pain was very real and very wretched. It immediately made his face pale. He couldn't say a word. You are a petty person who is passionate about materialism and doesn't care about the cost to climb up. You can hide it from the emperor, the officials of the court, and even the people of the world. But, how can you hide it from me? Fan Xian's gaze became cold. Your seemingly clean hands are stained with the blood of many people. Just how many people's wronged souls are on your official robes? You know, and I know. Today, I am killing you and your He faction officials to carry out justice on behalf of heaven and to help the emperor cleanse the emperor's side. Fan Xian said words that even he didn't believe. He looked mockingly at He Zhongwei's pale face, bullying him for not being able to say a word. I don't understand why you would do anything to climb up and step on the corpses of my subordinates to climb up. Later, I finally understood. It is not because of the natural enmity between the Imperial Censorate and the Overwatch Council. It is also not because I am unwilling to marry my sister to you. Furthermore, it is not because the Emperor has any instructions for you. Fan Xian sighed with pity. All of this is because you are jealous of me. You are not as good as me in literature, martial arts, reputation, or power. No matter how hard you work or how many big black dogs you raise, you will never be able to catch up to me in this lifetime. Of course, you are not convinced. You are not convinced that I have a good father and mother. However, this is fate. What is there to be unconvinced about? A few soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down He Zhongwei's pale forehead. He stared at Fan Xian with a pair of hateful eyes. He wanted to angrily say something, but he didn't have the strength to open his mouth. He already had no strength to stand. Dispiritedly, he sat on the side of the Kong. This is grievance. The grievance of the emperor is the source of internal chaos in the Qing kingdom. Fan Xian stared at He Zhongwei sitting on the side of the Kong. Enunciating each word, he said, "Too much grievance prevents heartbreak. Today, I will grant you a heartbreak." Every word and sentence was like a small knife stabbing into He Zhongwei's ears. Even if he didn't want to hear it, he had no choice. He knew that the officials of his He faction had all died today. Furthermore, Fan Xian had to have a backup plan in secret. However, he didn't know why Fan Xian would say so many useless things in front of so many officials. The officials had died. As long as he was alive, he would still have the emperor's favor. In the future, he would be able to nurture his own power again. But, why was it that after those small knives entered his ears, they began to move randomly around his abdomen? Why was it that those knives were cutting his intestines and making him wish he was dead? I will grant you a heartbreak. After these words were said, the atmosphere in the row of single-story houses at the foot of the royal palace immediately became tense. All of the officials scattered in all directions to avoid Fan Xian's storm-like attacks that might immediately appear. The imperial soldiers endlessly surged in from outside the house and formed into countless rows, blocking in front of He Zhongwei. The fully armored imperial soldiers formed a formation and squeezed the spacious hall of governmental affairs room until it was particularly cramped. They stared nervously at Fan Xian, who was alone. Just as the swords were drawn and the fight was about to break out at any moment, a mournful and urgent cry came from the courtyard of the Hall of Governmental Affairs against the royal palace walls. "No!" Hu the scholar, covered in snow and water, charged in from the direction of the royal palace. After hearing Fan Xian's speech at the Imperial College this morning, he knew that something big was going to happen in Jingdo. He had rushed to the royal palace at the first opportunity. However, he had been delayed for a while. He only had time to say a few words to the emperor before he heard a eunuch report that court officials had mysteriously died in various places in Jingdo. Immediately after, there was an urgent report that Fan Xian had already killed his way into the Hall of Governmental Affairs. No one dared to stop Hu the scholar. At such a tense moment, no one cared about his entrance. At most, a few officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs saw Hu the scholar rush to Fan Xian's side. They were worried that he would be injured by Fan Xian, this madman, and cried out in worry. Hu the scholar paid no attention to these cries. He grabbed Fan Xian from behind and used his old life to drag Fan Xian back. In a loud and panicked voice, he yelled, "You're crazy." In everyone's eyes, everything that had happened today showed that Sir Fan Jr., whose talent in poetry had shocked the world, was clearly crazy. Otherwise, how could he trample on the dignity of the court and do so many heinous and treasonous things? If what had happened in Jingdo was not rebellion, what could it be? Hu the scholar knew that just the matter of those officials being assassinated in Jingdo was enough to anger the emperor and send Fan Xian to eternal damnation. However, he still held on to Fan Xian with all his might, not letting him act. Killing a scholar in the Hall of Governmental Affairs was like spilling blood in front of the palace. Not only in the Qing kingdom, but in the entire world, such a hair-raising scene had never appeared before. The scene was comical and funny, but no one laughed. It was completely silent at the foot of the palace walls. Everyone watched in fear as Hu the scholar used his old and weak body to hold on to Fan Xian with all his might. How could he drag and hold on to him? Fan Xian suddenly felt a glimmer of warmth finally grow in his icy cold heart. He smiled and lowered his head. "Let go, it's already too late." Behind him, Hu the scholar's body froze. Trembling, he loosened his grip and glanced at Fan Xian with disbelief. He Zongwei, who had been hiding behind the crowd and sitting in fear on the edge of the Kong, suddenly retched and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The blood soaked through the robes of many officials in front of him. It was black and ugly. Cries of surprise rang out in the room. A few officials quickly went forward to support He Zongwei and began to desperately call for a royal doctor. He Zongwei's eyes began to dim, and his hearing also began to fade. He could not clearly hear what his colleagues beside him were shouting. He could only clearly feel the pain in his abdomen. Those little knives seemed to have successfully chopped his passionate and hot-blooded intestines into pieces. He Zongwei knew he couldn't make it. He didn't know when Fan Xian had poisoned him. He also didn't notice the small needle mark on the little finger of his right hand. He just felt dissatisfied. He clearly had hot-bloodedness toward the world and the court. He was willing to shed his blood for a clear reputation. Why was it that in the end, what he spat out was a puddle of black blood? His blurry gaze searched for Fan Xian's cold face. There was great resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart. As an official, what was wrong with working for the emperor and the court? Was it to kill some people and betray some people? For thousands of years, hadn't people in officialdom always done this? Did Fan Xian not let innocent people die because of him? You didn't have to betray anyone because you were born to be the master, while we were born to be the servants. He Zongwei wanted to angrily ask Fan Xian, "What right do you have to use those strange reasons to kill me? You're just a wastrel who doesn't see the big picture and only does things according to your own likes and dislikes." However, in the end, he couldn't say this question. The black blood gushing endlessly from his lips stopped him from speaking and breathing. Just before the royal doctor rushed over, the scholar and imperial censor, the most popular person in the Qing court these 3 years, He Zongwei, died at the foot of the royal palace, in the yamen of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He spat up blood and died with his intestines broken. During this process, Fan Xian had been watching He Zongwei calmly and coldly, even callously. He watched him vomit blood, watched him struggle in pain, and watched him take his last breath. The expression on his face remained calm and did not change at all. He didn't know of He Zongwei's resentment and dissatisfaction before his death. He didn't need to know. The officials who died on the 7th day of the first month in the 11th year of the Qing calendar, including He Zongwei himself, were actually just preparatory work. He Zongwei's death had nothing to do with his likes and dislikes. It was for the people he had to protect. For the people in Jiangnan, Xiliang, and Jingdou who had already died, this official the emperor had raised specifically to deal with Fan Xian had to die. This was just one part of the machine-like calm calculations. Fan Xian only needed to confirm this person's death. He didn't sigh too much in his heart. There was still time to sigh about things before he died. The scholar stared in a daze at He Zongwei's body. He then turned his head heavily and looked at Fan Xian's icy face with an angry, disappointed, and dazed emotion. An icy voice squeezed out of his chest. "Capture this murderer." He stood by Fan Xian's side, disappointed and angry. He gave the order to capture and even kill Fan Xian. He didn't care that Fan Xian could casually stretch out his hand and have him follow He Zongwei in death. Naturally, Fan Xian would not kill him. He looked at the scholar and smiled apologetically. Just as the imperial soldiers charged forward, the head eunuch of the internal court, Eunuch Yao, finally arrived at the Hall of Governmental Affairs. In a sharp voice and powerful zhenqi, he yelled, "The emperor has an edict to bring the traitor Fan Xian into the palace." The edict had finally arrived. Without question, this was an edict determined to take his life. However, the edict was for Fan Xian to enter the palace. Everything regarding the emperor and his illegitimate child could not be seen or heard by these officials in court. There was silence in the large room. Countless gazes turned toward Fan Xian's body. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then looked at Eunuch Yao and asked, "Should I tie him up?" Eunuch Yao was silent and didn't say a word. Fan Xian couldn't resist sighing. If he wanted to tie him up, no one could tie him up. However, the emperor's edict could easily turn his family and friends in this world into ropes they could never struggle free of. "I left my umbrella by the door. Don't let someone steal it." After Fan Xian said this, he followed Eunuch Yao deeper into the palace. Behind him, the officials still surrounded He Zongwei's body in incomparable grief. Chapter 731. Last night, I had insomnia, unusually serious insomnia. I tossed and turned in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. It was not until 10 o'clock this morning that I went back to bed. I slept for a few hours in a daze. Even now, my mind is still muddled. For an optimist like me, insomnia is actually a rare thing. However, since May of last year, it has happened to me. Everything is the fault of Qingyu. I can't help it. I will slowly write this chapter. There is still a long way to go before the end. The winter snow landed on the stone tiles and quickly melted. It was difficult to accumulate. The snowflakes that landed on the bright yellow glazed tiles were frozen in shape by the cold wind. They looked like countless broken clouds waiting calmly in the golden light of the morning sun. Fan Xian withdrew his greedy gaze from admiring the snow. With his hands behind his back, he followed behind Eunuch Yao and quietly circled around the quiet and winding palace walls. Surrounded by the crimson blood, he walked deeper into the royal palace. Behind the two of them, a dozen guards followed carefully. Fan Xian had not been bound. The edict had already named him a traitor. The guards were worried. If Sir Fan Jr. suddenly rose in revolt in the Forbidden Palace, what power did they have to stop him? It was clear that many officials had died in Jingdo. Fan Xian had also shocked the world by publicly killing a scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs at the foot of the royal palace. However, he had no interest in fighting in the royal palace. Perhaps it was because he knew that there were countless aces in this seemingly quiet palace. Perhaps it was because he knew that the emperor in the royal palace was a tall mountain. Before the mountain collapsed, there was no point in making a scene in the palace. The corner of the eaves of Taiji Palace moved with the footsteps of the people on the high palace walls. Walking past a small door and a winter suite with snow, a group of silent people arrived in front of the royal study. Fan Xian waited quietly outside the study. Eunuch Yao glanced at him with a complicated expression. He went forward and said a few words in a low voice to Hongzhu, who was standing guard at the door of the royal study. His expression changed slightly. Turning back, he lowered his voice and said, "The emperor is waiting for you in the little building." Little building? Fan Xian's gaze did not land on Hongzhu's face. He did not risk asking with his gaze in front of everyone. Instead, he forced a smile and said, "Then, let's go." Eunuch Yao waved his hand and blocked the dozen internal court guards outside the round stone archway. Alone, he led Fan Xian into the rear palace. Behind the two of them, the guards could not hide the nervousness, unease, and suspicion on their faces. Hongzhu, who had been standing obediently by the door of the royal study, watched Sir Fan Jr.'s back as he walked deep into the palace. An uncontrollable sorrow suddenly surged in his eyes. He quickly lowered his head, terrified that others would see something strange. However, this lowering of his head seemed to be sending Fan Xian off. The inner palace was very quiet after the snow, and one could occasionally hear laughter coming from the depths of the palace. Fan Xian's hearing was so good that he could even hear the sound of mahjong tiles falling to the ground. He couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that the things that happened in the capital had not yet reached the palace. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. However, the palace had never been so lively before. He thought to himself that the beauties who had been in the palace for months and the imperial concubines were really in the prime of their youth, diluting the loneliness. Fan Xian liked it this way so that the royal palace would not always be cold and gloomy. The royal palace was as familiar to him as home. The emperor was waiting for him in the little building, so he knew the way. Still holding his hands behind his back like a scholar, he walked unhurriedly toward the northwest corner of the royal palace. Eunuch Yao had fallen behind him. At this time, there was no point in rushing. Presumably, the emperor would not be in a rush. Coincidentally, the palace was large, and the air was cold. There was snow on the winter trees, lakes, and fake mountains. It was much more beautiful than the winter scenery in the palace. Fan Xian could take a few more glances. However, as he walked steadily step by step, Eunuch Yao's gaze, which fell behind him, had an additional meaning. Eunuch Yao sensed that Sir Fan Jr. in front of him was adjusting his breathing. He was using the correspondence between his body and the surrounding environment to allow his realm to rise to a sensitive and abundant level. Eunuch Yao lowered his head even more. He knew why Sir Fan Jr. was slowly walking step by step and adjusting his breathing. Walking past the winter tree garden, around the side of the fake mountains, and onto the wooden stack on the cold lake, he was just about to cross the lake and pass the snow pavilion where he had once talked long with the emperor during a snowstorm. Fan Xian suddenly stopped his steps and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were people under the snow pavilion. A few eunuchs and serving girls were accompanying a noble-looking woman to admire the snow. Perhaps there was a warm stove in the pavilion, but the noble-looking woman was still wearing an expensive and warm mink coat. After a moment of surprise, Fan Xian smiled and continued to walk toward the pavilion. He had not thought that he would run into a concubine in the palace on such cold weather. Entering the palace today, he would not go see Yi Guipin. He would also not go see Lady Ning and Lady Shu in the cold palace. He had even purposely avoided them. That was why he had chosen this plank path above the lake. Unexpectedly, he had still run into one. Naturally, he would not go and hide. Eunuch Yao followed behind him and did not dare to make a sound for him to choose another path. The two of them entered the pavilion. The people in the pavilion were shocked. It was clear that they had not thought that outsiders would enter the palace at this time. A sharp-eyed serving girl saw Eunuch Yao with his head lowered behind Fan Xian. She quickly half-crouched in greeting and quietly guessed the identity of the young scholar in front of her. Fan Xian stood in the pavilion and also felt surprised. He thought to himself, it has only been a few months, how come the serving girls in the palace have changed so much that they don't even recognize me anymore? As he thought this, his gaze unconsciously landed on the concubine sitting in the middle and refused to leave for a long time. This concubine was about 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance was still young and beautiful. Today, she wore hairpins and rings, proper makeup, and luxurious clothing. It forcibly brought out a sense of nobility and pride. There was a sense of unsuppressible pride in the concubine's eyes. Looking at Eunuch Yao, she asked, "Has the emperor eaten lunch?" Eunuch Yao did not reply. He only smiled. He thought to himself that it was not a good choice to act like a favored one at this time. The people in the pavilion immediately felt it was strange. Particularly after noticing the young scholar's gaze, they felt incomparably angry. They wondered where such a bastard had come from. Fan Xian stared in a daze at the concubine's slightly bulging belly. Although she was wearing a thick fur coat, he could still see it clearly. He immediately knew that the noble sitting in the pavilion in front of him admiring the snow was the favored concubine Mei. It was this woman who was pregnant with the emperor's dragon seed. There was a deathly silence in the pavilion. Fan Xian looked calmly at concubine Mei's belly for a long time. The expression in his eyes was very complicated. To stare at the emperor's woman so nakedly, particularly at this position, was truly rude. Where did this bastard come from? Where are those thieving eyes looking? A young serving girl stared at Fan Xian and reprimanded him in a sharp voice. Looking at her appearance, she was about to immediately go forward and slap Fan Xian. This serving girl was a servant girl concubine Mei had brought in from outside the palace. These days, the master followed the son's status, and the servant followed the master's status. She was very arrogant and proud in the palace. Even the concubine in Xiaofan Palace greeted her warmly. She had cultivated an arrogance for a lifetime. She had never seen a man like Fan Xian in the palace. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the serving girl walking toward him with a face full of anger and did not move. Eunuch Yao's heart froze. He had been at the emperor's side these days and had not paid much attention to matters in the back palace. He had not thought that the servants at concubine Mei's side would be so domineering and blind. With a crisp slap, Eunuch Yao floated forward and viciously slapped the serving girl to the ground. He then quickly retreated behind Fan Xian and said in a low and humble voice, "Sir Fan Jr., the emperor is still waiting for you." Fan Xian smiled and glanced at him. "What are you so nervous for? Are you afraid I'll kill her?" Eunuch Yao smiled foolishly and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, "You're adjusting your breathing step by step. The killing intent in your body has long reached a peak and is sealed in your body without a sliver leaking out. If you actually touched a trigger, the casual anger of a superior 9th level ace is not something anyone can withstand." The serving girl was knocked unconscious to the ground. A trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. The air in the pavilion seemed to freeze. Concubine Mei stared dumbfounded at this scene. She was so angry that she was confused. She could not understand why Eunuch Yao, the head eunuch of the internal court, would do this. Who was this young man? He dared not kowtow to her and stared at her so rudely. Only the eunuchs and serving girls serving at the side heard clearly the identity that Eunuch Yao had purposely pointed out. They finally knew that this young scholar who had entered the palace alone was the Sir Fan Jr. that the elders in the palace never forgot to warn about. They immediately lowered their heads nervously, not daring to look directly at him. Fan Xian calmly looked at concubine Mei's angry face. He paused for a moment and then said, "It's cold outside. Go back to the palace and play mahjong. If you get sick from the cold here, it won't be good for the child in your stomach. Don't think that the emperor will think you're a bit prettier when he sees you in the pavilion. Don't expect him to dote on you. Life in this palace is actually very simple. You just have to be a bit more obedient." His gaze landed on concubine Mei's stomach again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It had only been a short time, yet it was already showing. It looked like the emperor was indeed powerful in all areas. However, he didn't know if the child in her stomach would be another brother or sister. "I hope you can give me a sister. I don't have one yet." Fan Xian gave concubine Mei his sincere blessings. He then walked around the people under the pavilion and onto the wooden stack on the other side of the lake, heading toward the northwest corner of the royal palace. Concubine Mei forced herself not to cry with unusual difficulty. Emotions of anger and helplessness piled up in her heart. She unconsciously turned her head to glance at Fan Xian's back and couldn't help but shiver. In the end, she was just a girl of 15 or 16. After hearing the other person's identity from his last words, she involuntarily felt a bit afraid. Ever since she had become pregnant with the emperor's dragon seed, she was proud on one hand and afraid on the other. She knew what the child in her stomach meant to the person in Xiaofan Palace, to this foreign official, surnamed Fan. She didn't think Fan Xian's last words were any kind of blessing. She only heard them as a warning. She didn't think that Fan Xian truly hoped she could give birth to a princess. After all, if she gave birth to a prince, she would probably sink into the dark strife for the rest of her life and never be able to rise again. Concubine Mei looked with slight fear at the figure disappearing into the snow. The fear in her eyes gradually became unwillingness and hatred. The Qing emperor was not in the little building. He was in front of the large abandoned palace in the northwest corner of the royal palace, watching the little building. There were few palace buildings here, and the winter garden was quiet. There were also fake mountains, but they had long been broken down. It was as if they hadn't been repaired for many years. Compared to the cold palace on the other side, it was even colder. In front of a patch of overgrown grass, eunuch Yao quietly retreated. Alone, Fan Xian looked at the bright yellow figure between the little building and the long grass. Quietly, he walked over and stayed slightly behind. Just like when they were by the seaside in Danzhou, he accompanied him and watched the little building silently. This pair of ruler and official, father and son, were not silent for long. With his hands behind his back, the emperor calmly watched the little building. His thin lips moved slightly as he lightly asked, "Did you see concubine Mei earlier?" "Yes." Fan Xian's hands were also behind his back. Hearing the emperor's question, he calmly replied. "Do you think the child in her stomach is a boy or a girl?" the emperor asked. At this moment, the atmosphere was very strange. The father and son had been in a cold war for several months, and countless people had died because of the cold war between the two of them. Yet, when they met today, there was no anger or reprimand that outsiders would expect. They were just casually chatting. "It should be a princess." "Oh. I always knew you were well learned, but I didn't know you were so wishy-washy." The corners of the emperor's lips twitched slightly as he spoke mockingly. "It can't be said that I am well learned, but I do have some understanding of medicine. Most importantly, the child in concubine Mei's stomach can only be a princess," Fan Xian replied respectfully. The emperor's brows gradually furrowed. Coldly, he said, "In your opinion, I cannot raise someone more successful than the third prince?" "No," Fan Xian replied straightforwardly. "Concubine Mei is not as good as Iguipin. The emperor was silent for a moment. He then said, "These words are reasonable. However, the royal bloodline is thin. It is always good to have one more prince. If your majesty shows pity, it would be good for the Qin kingdom to have more princes in the future." Fan Xian didn't explicitly say what pity meant. Instead, he lowered his eyelids and straightforwardly said, "Otherwise, if there is another Chengqian or Chengzi, it would be meaningless." After these words were said, the emperor's expression quickly darkened. Fan Xian had mentioned the crown prince and the second prince. Although he had single-handedly manipulated the tragic end of these two princes, it had to be said that the emperor's initial training of his sons had completely taken an overly cold-blooded and wrong path. Concerning this, it would be a lie if the gradually aging emperor did not feel a glimmer of emotion in his heart. Fan Xian stood behind the emperor's bleak figure and calmly paid attention to each of the emperor's minute changes. He discovered the hidden pain in the emperor's heart and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No one in this world was a true god. Even someone as powerful as the emperor had gradually walked the path of a normal old man after stepping down from the throne. The Qing emperor's changes these years had been seen by Fan Xian. It was because he knew of this that he had the courage to come to the palace and say these words to the emperor. These words were like knives cutting into the emperor's heart. In the end, the emperor was not his own way. In just a moment, the emperor's face once again became the eternal and unchanging precipice of Dong Mountain. It was as warm as jade on the outside, but in reality, it was craggy and sharp, disdaining the storm. His own way is dead. The emperor slowly opened his mouth and asked. "Yes, your majesty. You thought hard in your manner for 7 days and 7 nights. I was wondering what trick you could think of that would move me. I didn't expect that in the end, it would still be such nonsense." The emperor shook his head and said mockingly, "You have truly disappointed me." Fan Xian smiled shamefully and replied, "Your majesty is like Dong Mountain, unaffected by thousands of years of wind and rain. In the end, I am only a commoner. No matter how much I think, I cannot think of a trick to create something out of nothing. A person's imagination is, in the end, limited. Things that do not exist in this world cannot be thought of no matter how much one thinks." These words were spoken with sincerity. They truly came from the bottom of Fan Xian's heart. Faced with the emperor's great talent and strategy, as well as his own strength, it was easier said than done to find a way to defeat him. It was indeed a possibility that did not exist in this world. I thought for a long time and couldn't think of a way. In the end, I thought it through. Perhaps it is because I have been immersed in the Overwatch Council since I was young that I am used to considering everything thoroughly and only attacking when I am confident. Fan Xian suddenly raised his face. There was a joyous glow on his delicate face. However, this time is different. I will never be able to find a confident method. Since I will never be able to think of a good method, then why not use the simplest method? It was the simplest method. 6 simple words, but they contained a deep meaning. What was the simplest method in the world? Naturally, it was to be like a wild beast, using teeth to bite, claws to tear, and carrying out the most primitive and bloody hand-to-hand combat. Fan Xian said these words. This was a breakthrough that came from the bottom of his heart after a defeat. It was a raw and spicy viciousness. It was a kind of reckless energy that he had never displayed before. It was displayed to the fullest. The emperor suddenly calmed down and turned to look at his son calmly. It was as if he was trying to find something different in this familiar face. A moment later, the emperor laughed loudly. There was actually a bit of admiration in his laughter. However, the laughter stopped for a moment. The emperor's voice was particularly cold. To kill an official in front of everyone and disregard the laws of the Qin kingdom, this is the work of the uncivilized, not a hero. Chapter 732. Preposterous people say preposterous things and do preposterous things. On the 7th day of the first month in the 11th year of the Qing calendar, Fan Xian ordered his subordinates to assassinate an official on the street and openly kill a scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs at the foot of the royal palace. He had truly done something absurd that had not happened in the Qing court in a century. Yet, he spoke with assurance, boasting that he was acting by imperial edict and cleansing the emperor's side. It was as if he thought these words could explain his actions. It was truly absurd to the extreme. Even though it was so absurd, unexpectedly, the glimmer of a mocking smile rose to the corners of the emperor's lips. He did not get angry. "When did I give you an edict?" "Understanding the emperor's heart is what I and my subordinates should do," Fan Xian replied calmly. Taking advantage of the fact that the defenses in Jingdo had just passed and the palace underestimated his influence and ability to summon old subordinates of the Overwatch Council, he was able to advance like a hurricane and kill all of the core members of the He faction in Jingdo. The main reason he was able to achieve this strategic goal was that Fan Xian's actions had been too sudden. It could even be said to be abrupt. It was so sudden that no one, whether it was in the palace or the court, could have predicted it. That was what Fan Xian was thinking. He had to think of a way out after he failed. He had to be the first to kill all of the officials who were staring at him like hunting dogs and refusing to let go. If he killed them thoroughly enough, if they actually failed in the future, perhaps the lives of the officials and subordinates he wanted to protect would be much better. The clap of thunder rang out, but it did not have the possibility of continuing. It was only a matter of an instant. The court would immediately react. Once the Qing kingdom's powerful national machinery operated at full power and the valiant military power entered Jingdo, Fan Xian's faction's power could only be easily destroyed, particularly in Jingdo. Presumably, the Jingdo garrison had already begun to join forces with the 13 city gate guards to begin the purge operation. The imperial army guarded the palace strictly and would not interfere. But, that side alone was enough. Subordinates loyal to Fan Xian had already begun to sneak into the darkness. For Fan Xian, this was far from enough. He had to find a way for those loyal to him under the strict Qing law and the emperor's anger. This was the reason why he was saying these absurd things to the emperor. Scholar He's manner keeps 2 vicious dogs and has a reputation for being honest. However, his 2 brothers are also known as vicious dogs in the He family's ancestral county. They have taken the land and beauties and have not been polite to those they should have. The corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched up slightly. As for the matter of selling positions and accepting bribes, although there are no such things, during these 3 years, Scholar He's seemingly old manner, there are dozens more famous paintings from the Wei dynasty. Fan Wuxia was one of Cheng Zai's former subordinates. As one of the 8 family generals, although he once left the prince's mansion, he also participated in the rebellion. Scholar knew his identity but he of Emperor. Emperor. He, Emperor, and Scholar. Dynasty Emperor, Emperor, Prince, Emperor, Dynasty. And Scholar he knows this person's identity, yet he secretly tolerates him. I don't know what his intentions are. Fan Xian spoke slowly and calmly. The Overwatch Council had long been investigating He's own way. However, due to the Emperor's appearance, these things that they had painstakingly investigated could not be exposed to the light of day. Fan Xian was no longer afraid of anything, particularly since he knew that the Emperor in front of him knew these things very well, perhaps even better than him. A month ago, Fan Wuxia was attacked by an assassin and almost died. Fan Xian suddenly smiled and gazed at the Emperor's profile. The matter of Fan Wuxia being silenced had been ordered by the Emperor. Fortunately, one of my subordinates happened to pass by and saved him. In the end, he was able to record a statement. That statement should have been sent to the Overwatch Council by now. When He Zhongwei and Sir Peng's widow were being pursued by the Prime Minister's manor, the second prince and Crown Prince Li Hongqing happened to pass by. Now that the person in He Zhongwei's manor had been killed, the shadow also happened to pass by. Life was always like this. What makes me even more curious is that scholar he is not young, yet he has never taken a wife. He even has a concubine and a servant girl, yet he lives with his widowed aunt. Just as Fan Xian was talking endlessly and enthusiastically describing Scholar He's crimes, the emperor finally coldly opened his mouth. Enough. Sir, he wholeheartedly serves the country. Even if he once offended you, in the end, he died to your hands. Why use such filthy words to frame a dead person? Your Majesty is right. You should know that I know these things. Yes, Your Majesty. However, the people do not know that the scholar he that Your Majesty wholeheartedly favors is such a person. Fan Xian had already restrained the smile on his face. Calmly and without taking a step back, he said, I have already sent people to search the He Manor. All the accounts, names, and evidence of the crimes have been copied and sent to the Overwatch Council. Presumably, Director Yen will personally send it to the palace before long. As for the original copies, they have already been sent to Donghua Bookstore and Xishan Bookstore. Perhaps somewhere else. In a few days, everyone under heaven will see this. If you want to do these things, how can you do it without the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council? Are you threatening me? Do you want the people under heaven to laugh at me? The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched into a smile. I dare not. I only ask that Your Majesty reconsider. Today's matter will certainly shock the world. Regardless of whether or not the historians can straighten their backs, there will still be unofficial histories that will be recorded on the pages and left in the annals of history. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly and calmly said, Your Majesty is a wise ruler. Regardless of whether I, the former director of the Overwatch Council, was deranged or Scholar He's death cannot wipe out his crimes, it will not look good on paper. However, if Your Majesty's eyes are like torches, presumably it will be a different discussion. It sounds like a feasible plan. If it is really like this, wouldn't the court be ungrateful? The emperor didn't know if he had truly been moved by Fan Xian's words. He looked coldly and mockingly at his son. However, all officials are, in the end, Your Majesty's servants. If a servant dies, then he dies. If he can fulfill Your Majesty's grace after death, it can be considered his glory. Fan Xian's words were harsh. No one knew if he was mocking himself, the officials in court, the already dead scholar he, or the cold ruler in front of him who never forgot the word warm and benevolent. The court has its own laws when it does things. Even if He Zongwei is guilty and deserves to be arrested, he should be imprisoned by a department, interrogated properly, and punished openly. How can he be crudely killed? The emperor said coldly. Perhaps he didn't hear the mockery in Fan Xian's words. The officials who acted out of righteous indignation are guilty. However, in the end, they are acting against the will of heaven. Their crimes can be pardoned. As for me, a deranged thug, naturally, I cannot be pardoned. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. Using my life in exchange for the peace of the world's discussion, presumably no one will feel that He Zongwei has suffered a loss. The emperor listened to these seemingly warm but actually cold words. His expression did not change. He said, however, in the end, I still feel guilty toward Scholar He. The dead are already dead. Fan Xian spat out these 4 words neither lightly nor heavily. Unexpectedly, a disappointed and gloomy expression suddenly rose to the emperor's face. He looked at him calmly. A moment later, he said, If the dead are truly dead, why would you enter the palace today? Fan Xian was silent. There was no longer any need to discuss this topic between him and the emperor. The last time he entered the palace, the difference in how his father and the emperor addressed each other had already drawn out this divergence. Now, Fan Xian's decisiveness in entering the palace made his intentions for coming even clearer. However, Fan Xian still had to speak clearly about the storm in Jingdo. How the court would determine today's killing, even if it was just a slight change in the direction of the wind, would bring a completely different blow to the subordinates loyal to him. The emperor's words were as heavy as the heavens. Xiaofan bookstore and Danbo bookstore had long made preparations to publish them to the world. However, Fan Xian did not want to use a mere name to threaten the emperor. This was an impossible matter. He understood too well the emperor's harsh and merciless nature. Everything was for the benefit of the people. Since He Zongwei was already dead, no matter how much he had received the emperor's favor and appreciation when he was alive, once he became an ice-cold corpse, he was nothing more than a useless servant. The Qing emperor viewed ordinary officials like servants. This was a chilling truth that reached one's heart. How to make sure Scholar He's death did not shake the foundation of the Qing court was the most important thing the emperor considered. Fan Xian was trying to use the strategy he had prepared to persuade the emperor to accept it. As for the crime of poisoning an official, he could not escape. He did not want to escape. His iron-blooded actions had already touched the bottom line of a feudal dynasty. Regardless of whether he stood in the emperor's position or the position of the scholars and officialdom, there was no place for Fan Xian in the vast Qing kingdom. Even more miraculously, the emperor and the royal family always paid attention to a warm and benevolent bearing. Even if a ruler, who saw tens of thousands of people as ants, did not care at all about the death of an official and secretly had harsh thoughts, no matter how close an official was, when they made a suggestion, they would carefully pull out the banner of righteousness to hide it. They would not be like Fan Xian, who spoke so openly and so lowly. Yet, Fan Xian had done it and said it. The emperor did not think much of it and just listened to it casually. In this world, probably only the father and son of the royal family would have such a naked, bloody, and shameless conversation. If someone beside the two of them heard the contents of their conversation, other than being shocked by the content itself, they would certainly notice another serious problem. In the Winter Palace, ever since they had spoken, Fan Xian had not been polite, bowed, knelt, or referred to himself as an official. He only referred to himself as I. He responded indifferently and spoke from the bottom of his heart. The emperor allowed Fan Xian's impudence because there was a faint coldness in the depths of his eyes. He only waved his hand with some disgust. Perhaps other people could not understand the meaning behind each of the emperor's actions, but Fan Xian was different. He quickly straightened his body. His expression recovered its calmness, and his spirits rose slightly. He knew that there would be some deviation in the judgment of today's matter. Although the crime was only slightly off, there was a great difference in the degree of the court openly arresting him and secretly attacking him. A gust of cold wind blew past. The snow on the long grass behind the two of them was picked up and landed on their bodies, adding a sense of coldness and harshness. If the dead He Zongwei knew that the emperor he had been loyal to, and Fan Xian, who had killed him, had only used a conversation to make it impossible for him to die a clean death, the grievance in his heart would probably grow even stronger. However, this was a feudal dynasty. This was the so-called family world. In the eyes of this shameless father and son, regardless of whether it was in officialdom or among the people, the Qing emperor or Fan Xian's reputation was more powerful than He Zongwei, a newly popular official. As for whether or not such a way of handling it would chill the hearts of the officials, that was a problem for the palace to handle in the future. The snow continued to fall slowly and coldly. The emperor slowly turned around and looked silently at Fan Xian, who was about the same height as him. He didn't speak for a long time. Usually, when Fan Xian was in front of the emperor, he couldn't help but bend his body slightly or lower his head. Now, Fan Xian stood with his back straight. Only then did the emperor realize that his son had long been the same height as him. An intimidating coldness and pressure emanated from the man in the bright yellow dragon robe, soldering Fan Xian to the snow and grass. This aura was not purposely emanated. Instead, it moved according to the change in his state of mind and emotions. An incomparably powerful substance borrowed the power to reveal itself. It wanted to affect the surrounding environment. Fan Xian's expression did not change. Calmly and seriously, he breathed in the air amidst the snow. The father and son had talked for a long time. They both knew that this moment would eventually come. Now that He Zhongwei's matter had been resolved, it was time for the matter between the two of them. I am very curious. You have entered the palace alone to face me. What exactly do you have to serve me? The emperor's expression was calm. Very naturally, it was tilted slightly and filled with mockery and disdain. I have nothing to rely on at all. Fan Xian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and bravely opened his eyes. Looking straight at the unfathomable ruler in front of him, he said in a quiet, almost numb voice, I just want to have a fair battle with your majesty. A fair battle? A fair battle? After a slight pause, the emperor found it difficult to suppress his laughter. The laughter was deep and profound, filled with absurdity. It echoed through the royal palace in the depths of winter, waking up countless little creatures hibernating in the frozen earth. The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. A strange smile flashed through the corners of his clear eyes. In a slightly raspy voice, he said, What right do you have for me to ask for fairness? Yes, in front of the emperor, what right did Fan Xian have to ask for fairness? His sister was still in the palace, and his family was still in the capital. Although his subordinates had been impudent today, in the emperor's eyes, they were still a group of ants that could not cause any waves. It was precisely because the emperor was confident and powerful that he did not care about the turmoil in Jingdo. As long as he wanted to, he could easily move an army. Using the power of the world in his hands, he could suppress Fan Xian firmly and make him unable to move at all. The words, a fair battle, were arrogant, valiant, and childish. The imperial royal palace was not the wild Jianghu. If you wanted to fight, and the emperor disdained to fight you, what could you do? Fan Xian's expression did not change. Calmly and unswervingly, he returned the emperor's gaze and said each word clearly, qualifications lie in strength. I think I still have the strength to happily seek death. As these words left his mouth, the emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. His deep gaze naturally swept past Fan Xian's shoulder and looked toward the continuous cluster of palaces in the southeast. The palace, which should have been bustling, was incomparably quiet in the snow. There were no sudden noises or strange movements. However, the emperor's heart jumped slightly. He knew that something had gone wrong. Fan Xian had entered the palace alone to seek a quick revenge with blood spilled on the ground. He had long prepared a path of retreat and a bargaining chip to demonstrate his qualifications. If the world was a game of chess, the chessboard placed between the father and son was 7 roads of territory, 3 powers, and countless provinces. The chess pieces were billions of people, endless wealth, and the hearts of the people. Fan Xian's actions, other than valiant, were to take back this chessboard from the world and turn it into the cold soil of the royal palace where his feet stood. He wanted to remove the chess pieces from the chessboard, leaving only himself and the Qing emperor. This was his ruthlessness and decisiveness. Ruthlessness toward himself and decisiveness toward the emperor. In order to make the emperor abandon the chessboard of the world and ensure the safety of the chess pieces, Fan Xian had to have enough bargaining chips to convince him. This included He Zhongwei's death. If Fan Xian did not bring out sufficient proof, then he did not have the right to say these words. The first bargaining chip Fan Xian tossed out was a fire. It was a fire in winter. This fire was burning in a quiet but heavily guarded room somewhere in the royal palace. A dozen internal court aces, who never cared about worldly affairs and were only responsible for guarding the things in the room, watched with confusion as the flames gradually spat out from the window. They knew it was over for them. Not long after, the fire in the room was extinguished. However, the files and books inside had already been completely burned, leaving not a single trace behind. The emperor's gaze gazed at the hall in the southeast corner. After a while, black smoke rose. The black smoke dispersed into the snowflakes and disappeared without a trace. His gaze finally gradually became cold and serious. Not many people in the palace know where the palace treasury's records of the technological process are stored. The emperor's gaze did not fall on Fan Xian's face. He only coldly said, "For you to be able to find it and burn it with a fire, it truly surprises me." Fan Xian stood to the side and said, "There are only 2 copies of the palace treasury's technological process. One is in North Min, and the other is in the palace. Since I can burn the one in the palace, I can also burn the one in North Min regardless of whether Su Wen Mao is dead or not. I trust that your majesty understands that I have the power to do all of this in Jiangnan and the palace treasury." Finishing these words, Fan Xian looked at the emperor's expressionless face and sighed in his heart. The palace treasury was the foundation of the Qing kingdom. Suddenly hearing that the foundation had been damaged, the emperor remained as calm as usual. Such a realm of bearing was truly extraordinary. How could he, a mortal, resist it? Chapter 733. Today, this chapter was written slowly. I am very satisfied. Tomorrow, I will talk about why Fan Xian is like this. Then, I will hum, ah. I suddenly thought of that sentence in the introduction to The Drunkard's Home. In winter, people wore cheap and warm cotton clothing and sat on the Kong drinking cool and fiery wine. In spring, the water wheels of the Jiangnan water villages slowly ran. The seemingly unremarkable water conservancy facilities were silently displaying their effects. In summer, large leaf fans fanned the cool breeze in the homes of the wealthy. All sorts of carriages and ships left the various workshops to deliver goods into the hands of those who needed them. The basic water conservancy facilities throughout the Qing kingdom's fields, the glass and porcelain in every home, and the atmosphere in every space. They were all related to the palace treasury. The palace treasury was not just the 3 large workshops in North Min. It was spread throughout the entire Qing kingdom, such as the Xishan bookstore and other fringe industries. The production of the palace treasury was not only related to military equipment and other large industries related to the fate of the country and the people's lives. It also included small things related to the lives of the people. These small things floated to the other end of the ocean and scattered into the world. They appeared unremarkable, but they successfully helped the Qing kingdom amass a stunning amount of wealth. The palace treasury helped the Qing kingdom create the equipment and military equipment needed for a mighty army. The warships of the 3 naval divisions also used this endless wealth to support the food and fodder that the Qing kingdom needed to expand its borders. More importantly, the Qing emperor needed this wealth to stabilize the people's lives and maintain the effective operation of the court's officialdom system. Perhaps the hundreds of millions of people of the Qing kingdom had long become accustomed to the palace treasury in their lives, so much so that it had become natural. They had gradually forgotten the importance of the palace treasury, or at least underestimated its importance. The Qing emperor would not. Any official with a brain in the Qing kingdom would not. The northern Qi court, which had always drooled over the palace treasury, would even less so. Otherwise, the Qing kingdom would not have gathered its elites in North Min and set up even tighter security around the 3 workshops than in Jingdo. All of this was to prevent the secrets of the palace treasury's workmanship from leaking out. The fire in the royal palace clearly indicated to the Qing emperor that the Qing kingdom's greatest secret was not a secret to Fan Xian. It was even a bargaining chip that he could play with as he pleased in his hands. Once the palace treasury's processes were completely destroyed, the old craftsman died, and the 3 workshops were destroyed, the foundation of the Qing kingdom would receive a destructive blow. However, the emperor's cold face showed that he was not worried that the palace treasury would be destroyed by Fan Xian. He knew that Fan Xian also cared about the palace treasury and would not tear apart this treasure of the world. He believed that Fan Xian was acting in Jiangnan right now and destroying the palace treasury's production process. He also believed that before Fan Xian did these things, he must have already recorded a copy of the production process. As long as it was still useful, it could be used as a bargaining chip. The Qing emperor coldly withdrew his gaze from the black smoke and glanced at Fan Xian. You are indeed insane. As a person of the Qing kingdom, how could you do such a thing? Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, I just thought that, in the end, this is a matter between you and me. Once disaster spreads to the world, it is truly not what I want. These words were very clear. The emperor controlled the world. If Fan Xian did not hold enough bargaining chips in his hands that he cared about, how could the emperor's heart be completely restrained and only limit the battle to the royal palace? He had enough methods to deal with the people attached to Fan Xian. However, Fan Xian wanted to force the emperor not to act against those people. This seemed to be a very childish request, as if it was just playing house. Your Majesty, I am about to rebel. If my rebellion fails, please don't make things difficult for my subordinates. There was a death-like silence in the palace. Fan Xian, who had made this suggestion, and the calm emperor did not treat this as a game. Fan Xian did indeed have a powerful weapon in his hands that could harm the foundation of the Qing kingdom. The emperor was not someone who could be threatened. Even if Fan Xian held the most important weapon in the palace treasury in his hands, he glanced at Fan Xian coldly and said, Continue. Fan Xian bowed with great sincerity and said, Your Majesty is brimming with talent. Presently, the Qing kingdom's national treasury is full. The people's morale is usable, and the armored soldiers are brave. Although famous generals have fallen, looking at Yuan, it can be seen that within the ranks, the Qing kingdom has many talented people. Even if the palace treasury is destroyed in my hands, it will not completely collapse in a short time. Given your Majesty's abilities, no matter how determined the Northern Qi Emperor and Shang Shanhu are to resist, the Qing kingdom will send an army north and sweep across the lands like tigers and wolves. In your Majesty's lifetime, we will certainly be able to realize our grand wish of unifying the world. No one can stop this process. Even if I hold the most important part of the palace treasury, I have to admit that this cannot threaten you. You can completely ignore all of this. Fan Xian lowered his head and calmly said each word. However, your Majesty's vision is vast. How can it be limited to a moment or a place? He raised his head and calmly looked into the Qing Emperor's eyes. Your Majesty wants to unify the world, build a large empire, end the endless wars on this land, and fight for a peaceful future for millions of people. You want to leave behind the heroic name of an emperor through the ages in the annals of history. Thus, what you seek is for the Qing kingdom to unify the world for thousands of generations. If you are alive and swallow up Northern Qi and Dongyi, use the power of iron and blood to suppress the resistance, and use your genius and wisdom to win over the hearts of the people, you will be able to confirm the unification of the world. However, what if you die? The corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched slightly. There will not be another emperor in the world. Where would the Qing court, which had just swallowed up the world, find another talented ruler? Northern Qi's territory was vast, and it produced talents in large numbers. It inherited the spirit of the Wei kingdom and had always considered itself to be the rightful ruler. If no one could suppress it and the millions of foreign people rose up in rebellion, who could stop them? Just based on the Qing kingdom's mighty armies killing people everywhere? The initially united world would probably sink into the flames of war again. At that time, it would be difficult to say whether or not the Qing kingdom would be able to guarantee the unification of its territory. I'm afraid that the people would rise up in rebellion. The Qing kingdom and Jingdo would also be in danger. Your Majesty is well read in the history books. You know that using iron and blood to control people will not last long. There was once a plan for the first emperor to kill everyone under heaven, but in the end, he died in his second life. During these 3 years, thinking of your Majesty's grand plans, you have to rely on the endless flow of the palace treasury to ensure that the central Qing court has an absolute advantage in national power over the newly annexed lands and intimidate the remnant people of the new lands. Using the advantage in national power to exchange for time, using the name of communication to exchange for the power of integration, through many generations, the previous court will be forgotten, and the hearts of the new people will return. Only then will there be true unification. However, if the palace treasury is destroyed, who will ensure that the Qing kingdom will always have an advantage in national power and military power? If you are alive, none of this will fundamentally change. If you are dead and there is no palace treasury, who will maintain the structure of this land? People will always die. Fan Xian calmly looked into the emperor's eyes. Fan Xian looked calmly into the emperor's eyes and said, even someone like you cannot escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Looking at the courts planning these 3 years, you have also been thinking about the future. You are a very confident person and have the right to be confident. You do not think that the Northern Qi Emperor and Shang Shanhu will be able to stand against your determination to sweep through the world, Fan Xian said calmly. Today, even if there is no palace treasury, you will still be able to complete the grand plans you have worked so hard for decades. What you want is not for a world of incomparable glory to blossom and then for the Qing kingdom to fall in the storm of resistance. The history books are always written by the victors. After unifying the world, if the Qing kingdom cannot last for tens of thousands of generations, if you are as great as yourself in the annals of history, you will only be able to leave behind a name of ruthlessness and short-sightedness. Fan Xian smiled slightly. You want the Qing kingdom to last for tens of thousands of generations, so you need the palace treasury in my hands. What can you promise me? The emperor suddenly laughed. There was a sense of gratification in his laughter. It was clear that this unfathomable emperor was very happy with his favorite son. Every word and sentence was close to his true feelings that others rarely got close to. It was close to his grand intentions. If I die, the recording of the process will be returned to the court, and the destructive work in North Min will immediately stop. As you know, I always have some rather loyal subordinates, Fan Xian replied sincerely. He did not say defeat because he had entered the palace alone and turned the royal palace into a battlefield. Whoever lost would die. Where was there a second path? As he spoke, Fan Xian turned around and stood side by side with the emperor. As he spoke, Fan Xian turned around and stood side by side with the emperor. He looked at the snowy ground covered in shards of silver among the wild grass in front of him. His gaze fell to his left and said, under your majesty's attack, the chief on the grasslands no longer has the power to rise again. However, at the foot of the westernmost mountain, there are still 7,000 man riders who have migrated from the snowy plains. This group of fresh troops is very valiant. If your majesty agrees to my request, I can guarantee that this group of man riders will never come near Xiliang. The emperor's gaze followed his gaze and fell to the remaining snow on his left. He furrowed his brows slightly and said, in the Qingzhou victory, Su Bida's court went all out, but they only brought 2,000 or 3,000 man riders. According to Gong Dian's report, the battle power of these man riders is indeed not bad. If the heavens had not been unfair and forcefully granted the snowy plains in the north 3 years of snow disasters, they would not have escaped so far to the western Hu grasslands. Looking at it this way, Shang Shanhu's ability to resist the man at the northern gate for so many years is truly impressive. However, in the end, there are too few of them. They won't be able to affect the situation. The emperor's brows relaxed and he coldly shook his head. It was clear he was not willing to accept Fan Xian's bargaining chip. We are talking about a matter that will last for thousands of generations. It was clear that Fan Xian's tone was very frivolous. He even said the words, we, in such a rebellious manner. He smiled and said, there are 7,000 young men, but they are very cultured. There are also many women. Additionally, she who has suffered heavy losses. This group of northern man riders will certainly become an important power on the grasslands. If they want to go to various tribes to capture Hu women, who can stop them? As you know, the Hu people are very fertile. At most, in a decade or two, this tribe will be very impressive. If no one can suppress, control, or guide them, then wouldn't this rising tribe be a second court? Fan Xian looked at the snow-covered ground to his left and shook his head. The people of Xiliang Road are very wretched. Are they going to endure for another few decades? The emperor smiled slightly and said, I don't understand. Your subordinates in Xiliang Road and the grasslands have been pretty much all killed by me. What power do you still have to influence those man people? Songji Xianling, Fan Xian said with a smile. Although she is the daughter of an old royal family and has a noble status, she doesn't have much practical use in commanding. However, her status is still here. Furthermore, her status is very high on the grasslands. She is also very powerful and can already gather most of the man people's power. As long as you control her, it is the same as controlling these man people. Are you saying that if you can control her, then I can't control her and the court can't control her? The emperor asked mockingly. Fan Xian sighed and said, Songji Xianling is Haitang Duo. She is my woman. Of course, only I can control her. The emperor was slightly startled. After a moment of silence, he finally couldn't resist smiling. He shook his head and didn't say anything more. His gaze landed directly on the southeast corner of the snow-covered ground in front of the two of them. The emperor pointed in that direction and said, You brought back the palace treasury process with both hands. Is there anything else? Jiangnan will not fall into chaos because I have already thrown it into chaos first. The loyalty of your subordinates to you has truly surprised me. However, Xia Qifei won't be able to jump around for 2 days. Even if Su Wenmao hid people in the palace treasury, he won't be able to do it himself. I have also moved Cheng Jialin back. Renbo, An's brother, has also been moved back from the army of the 3 large workshops, the emperor said calmly with his hands behind his back and quietly watched the snow-covered ground without any lines with Fan Xian. Fan Xian's gaze also landed on the southeast corner of the snow-covered ground. He smiled and said, Jiangnan can still fall into chaos. The palace treasury has already agreed to your majesty's request, so I won't go and cause more trouble. Jiangnan thrives on commerce. Including the palace treasury, they collectively support about 40% of the court's taxes. If Jiangnan falls into chaos, how can the court support it? From the beginning of today's conversation, Fan Xian's calm tone carried a sense of carefreeness, nakedness, and fearlessness. This kind of frivolity and fearlessness could truly be said to be like a cold blade. He did not give an inch as he negotiated with the emperor. It had to do with his confidence and his state of mind. Just as he said earlier, he could not find any way to perfectly control it, so he could only choose the simplest method. Because this method was direct, it appeared to have great destructive power. He very straightforwardly asked the emperor, if Jiangnan fell into chaos, how could the court support it? The emperor smiled and straightforwardly countered with a question, if I directly kill all your people, how will Jiangnan fall into chaos? I have Zhaoshang Money House, Fan Xian replied calmly. Jiangnan thrives on commerce. The most fatal part is the exchange of silver in circulation. Zhaoshang Money House has been in Jiangnan for many years and secretly controls some of the businesses of the Ming, Sun, and Xiong families. Once the money house makes a move, it will not be difficult for Jiangnan to fall into chaos. A lot of Zhaoshang's silver has long been moved away. The emperor glanced at Fan Xian with slight mockery and did not directly expose the astonishing amount of silver. He returned to the Northern Qi royal family and said, It's just some paper. With a wave of my pen, what does it matter? You can't say it like that. After all, Chuanzhou has not yet achieved its intended use. The transfer of the ocean ships is still handled in Dongyi. Fan Xian did not back down and straightforwardly said, Silver notes and promissory notes are all paper. With a wave of the emperor's pen, they are all invalid? Then, without Zhaoshang Money House doing anything else, Jiangnan will probably fall into chaos first. The emperor did not understand business, and Fan Xian did not understand much about it either. No one had an accurate grasp of just how much Jiangnan's business activities relied on the embryonic and undeveloped financial credit system. Fan Xian believed that everything in the world had its own rules, particularly the business activities that Jiangnan had operated for over 100 years. If the emperor truly did that, Jiangnan would certainly fall into chaos first. The Qing emperor and he did not understand business, but it did not mean that the officials in court and Fan Xian's subordinates did not understand. Before this, they had all done their homework. Fan Xian only knew that a very important part of business was liquid capital. It was like the blood flowing through the veins. If the money house was truly overturned and the blood in the veins dried up, business activities would certainly become abnormally difficult and dry. I have taken Hua Garden back from Yang Jimei's hands, the emperor reminded coldly. This emperor could actually be said to be a truly wise ruler. He did not understand the business operations of Jiangnan, but that did not mean he would rely on the emperor's authority to do things blindly. He left professional matters to professional officials to operate. He knew that Zhaoshang Money House in Fan Xian's hands had the power to shake the Jiangnan business map. Thus, last autumn, when the first chaos rose in Jiangnan, the court was already prepared. In the entire world, the ones with the most silver and the least need to rely on money houses to carry out transactions were the large and small salt merchants in Jiangnan. Yang Jimei, whom the emperor had mentioned earlier, was one of the largest salt merchants in Jiangnan. The court had long been wary of money houses taking silver. By bringing the salt merchants into this system, they had their eyes on the salt merchants' stash of real gold and silver from all over the world. Although it would be difficult to reconstruct an exchange system, at least it wouldn't be completely controlled by Fan Xian. Just being a salt merchant is not enough, Fan Xian said with slightly lowered eyelids. I still have Taiping in my hands. Taiping Money House. The foremost money house in the world. No one knew how many years it had been in business and how many people's daily lives it could affect. This money house had always been in Dongyi. Its owner had always been mysterious. No one had ever seen his true appearance. It was not until Fan Xian took over as the master of the sword hut in Dongyi that he discovered with horror that Taiping Money House had always been under the control of the sword hut and Sigejian. Each time he thought of this, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel shock and admiration. He admired Sigejian's foresight and insight. Probably only the master of Dongyi could discover the importance of a money house in the increasingly prosperous trade and leave behind such a weapon that could shake the world. Hearing the word Taiping, the emperor's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. It was clear that, just like when Fan Xian first learned of this secret, the emperor also felt a chill. Taiping Money House was left to me by Sigejian, Fan Xian added quietly. The emperor suddenly laughed. His laughter was filled with absurdity. It was probably because he had suddenly discovered that all of his enemies worthy of respect in this world had given the last method to defeat him to his favorite son. This absurd reality made even this seemingly cold and emotionless emperor's heart waver slightly. Your Majesty, let's look at Dongyi again. Fan Xian's gaze moved up from the bottom right corner of the snowy land to the center of the lonely snowy land. There was a pile of weeds there. It looked like the East Sea in the summer, full of mountain-like waves that pierced through the sky. The emperor's smile gradually faded. His expression became calm and warm. There is no need to discuss Dongyi. However, the dozen kids in the sword hut are a bit troublesome. In the end, they are not a match for an army. A 9th-level ace is completely useless in construction. If they want to cause destruction, they are always good at it. For example, they can carry out assassinations and cause destruction in the heart of the Qing kingdom. Fan Xian's gaze looked faintly to the right of the snowy land. The emperor and his questions and answers continued. Snowflakes continued to fall in the winter palace. Some landed on the strange father and son pair. Some landed on the snowy ground in front of them and on the weeds. There were no lines on this vast expanse of snowy land. There were no borders, no separation between snowy mountains and green grasslands. There wasn't even a shape. However, the Qing Emperor and Fan Xian looked at this silent and cold snowy land and talked about the world. Their gazes fell on the grassland to their left, Dongyi to their right, Jiangnan to their right, and Aqi's territory to the north. Their gazes fell a little further ahead. Wherever they looked, that was the world. The snowflakes gradually grew larger. Curling and dancing in the air in the broken palace, they gradually accumulated thicker. The green clothes Fan Xian wore and the emperor's bright yellow dragon robe began to turn white. The snowy ground in front of the two of them was also covered in a thick layer of snow. There were no longer any traces of grass or land. It was just like the world, a vast expanse of white. It was truly clean. In their eyes, how could it be divided by man? I have the power to make the world fall into chaos. Even if I die now, I can make your Majesty's grand plan become this snow. When the sun rises, it will melt into water, and it will never come true again. Fan Xian stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. He had spoken too much today. His mouth was dry. Seriously, he said to the emperor, "Thus, I request a fair battle with your Majesty." "What is fair?" the emperor asked with narrowed eyes. "Please, your Majesty, let Ruoruo out of the palace. I only have this sister." "Please, your Majesty, allow her and my pitiful family to return to Danzhou to live. I only have this family. Please, your Majesty, be lenient and don't carry out a purge after my death. The officials and subordinates loyal to me are actually all useful." Fan Xian paused and then smiled bitterly. "If I die, they will no longer have any reason to resist the court. Please, your Majesty, believe this." The world had already shrunk into a small piece of snowy land in front of the ruler and official. The battlefield of beacons had become this quiet royal palace. Fan Xian had done so much and said so much. It seemed that he only wanted to do his best to control the split between father and son to a small area and give those who had been dragged into this matter a way out. Chapter 734. Why? In the wind and snow, Fan Xian sank into deep thought. He didn't need any time to think. From many years ago, he knew that one day, he would receive this question. All these years, he had been preparing and running away, but he had never truly run away. This was a question he had thought about countless times. Even in the last 7 days of hard thinking, it was still the same. Why? He slowly raised his head and narrowed his eyes in the snow. Looking at the emperor, he slowly said, "Today, in the Imperial College, I spoke to those young people about the problem of benevolence and righteousness, as well as the problem of true righteousness." Fan Xian sighed and said with a complicated expression, "In the past, I had thought that all of this was fake and fake. However, after all these years, I have everything an official should have and shouldn't have. Only now do I realize that other than those so-called standards, there is nothing else in the world that can make your life more real." The emperor looked at him lightly. His thin lips opened slightly. In an icy voice, he repeated what Fan Xian had said in the Imperial College this morning. "I have no regrets." Since ancient times, those with lofty ideals who believed in righteousness under heaven should not be moved by success or failure. Fan Xian's words to the young people in the Imperial College in the morning clearly made who the scholar feel the murderous intent and determination hidden between the lines. Who the scholar entered the palace in fear and recounted the scene in the Imperial College to the emperor. The emperor was able to recite Fan Xian's words. Fan Xian also felt a glimmer of surprise. He smiled bitterly and said, "I am not the kind of person who sees righteousness as the principle of life. I am also not a saint whose morals are supreme. In my bones, I am still a person who, other than loving and respecting myself, is nothing. This is probably something hidden in my bones, something that I have hidden and sealed away for over 20 years, Fan Xian looked at the emperor and said seriously. I want to live this life to the fullest. I want to live wantonly. I want to live to the fullest and without regrets. Thus, I need to have a clear conscience. If I continue like this, the things buried in my bones will make it impossible for me to have a clear conscience for the rest of my life. The prosperity and power of this world can make one blind and deaf, but I still cannot pretend that I don't know and have never heard of the things that happened back then and what happened this autumn. A faint sorrow rose to Fan Xian's face. He slowly said, Chen Pingping returned to the capital to ask the emperor a question, but I don't need to ask. I only know that these things are unfair. Furthermore, this unfairness is inflicted on those who love me and those I love. If there was no me in the world, there would be no me who bravely walked in front of the emperor like today. Where would those people who have already passed go to find fairness? They should not be forgotten by this world. The injustice they have suffered must be redeemed through some method, Fan Xian said as he looked at the emperor. This is your responsibility as well as my duty. The emperor heard Fan Xian's words, which came from his heart, and was silent for a long time. In an icy voice, he slowly asked, Why don't you ask me what exactly happened back then? Why don't you ask me? Do you think I don't have difficulties? King Jing's manor, which was King Cheng's manor, still has many memorials that mother privately wrote to you, Fan Xian replied after a moment of silence. I've seen them all. I don't need to ask anything. I know why what happened back then happened. As for whether her death was a good thing or a bad thing for this land and the millions of people, I don't care. He smiled with some difficulty and said, Your Majesty, this is actually not a debate about the world or justice. This is not a public grudge. This is only a private grudge. What a private grudge. The emperor also smiled. With his hands behind his back, he stood alone in the wind and snow with an indescribable loneliness. She was your mother. Am I not your father? Fan Xian's body froze slightly. He didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he calmly said, Your Majesty has great ambitions. You are walking on the path you think is correct. In my opinion, no matter how great, glorious, and correct a goal is, if it is done through despicable methods, it is not worthy of respect. A mocking smile rose to the corners of the emperor's lips. Looking at Fan Xian's fearless eyes, he said, Do you think that killing in Jingdo today is a very glorious method? Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. My goal is only to close a case from decades ago and tear away the greatest shadow over my head. Everything is from my own point of view. Just as I said earlier, this is a private grudge. There has never been any great, glorious, or correct meaning. Since it is so, what does it matter how despicable my methods are? He paused and used a complicated gaze to look at the emperor with a slightly emotional gaze. In these areas, I am more like you. For you and me, good person, is such an extravagant adjective. However, it is precisely because of this that I am not like her, still confused and baffled until death. At least, before I die, I can still ask you one thing. These words spoke of the fundamental difference between Yi Qingmei and Fan Xian. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Miraculously, as Fan Xian rushed about in this world and enjoyed his rise, in the end, he slowly leaned toward Yi Qingmei's path. This pair of souls, who had come into the world one after the other and warmed each other across time, were probably the only existences in this world that did not have a natural reverence for imperial power. Speaking from the innermost part, they both had the desire to stand ramrod straight in front of the throne. The emperor was calm and smiled slightly. He looked at Fan Xian with a strange emotion. No one knew if he felt as if he was seeing that woman again after many years. Facing Fan Xian's seemingly calm but actually piercing sigh, the emperor did not get angry or gloomy. On the contrary, he calmly began to talk about other matters. Back then, during the Taiping courtyard coup, I did not have high hopes that you would survive. Fan Xian nodded slightly. During the Taiping courtyard bloody incident, Yi Qingmei had just given birth to him and was at her weakest. Furthermore, he was only an infant. How could he have survived the crazed pursuit of the Empress's family and the cold surveillance of the Qin family's army? Since the Emperor had created this despicable and cold-blooded plan, he had coldly ignored his life and death. If the old Fan family had not risked their lives, if Uncle Wu Zhu had not rushed back quickly, if Chen Pingping had not discovered something was wrong and rushed back from the northern border ahead of time, he would not exist in the present Qin kingdom. In the end, you survived and were sent to my mother. Other than feeling slightly surprised, I cannot deny that I let out a sigh of relief. After all, you are my flesh and blood. The Emperor looked at Fan Xian calmly. The Emperor gazed at Fan Xian and calmly said, now that I think about it, Pingping was already suspicious of me at that time. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Fifth Brother's request to send you to Danzhou. He knew that in this world, I see the Empress Dowager and my mother as a mother. He could only watch as this became an established reality. If things had continued like this, then it would have been fine. At most, I would have been in Jingdou and you in Danzhou. During the holidays, would have remembered that I still had an illegitimate child in the distant Danzhou seaside and would have given the Fan Manor a few more rewards to send to your side. The Emperor's hair was covered with snowflakes. For a moment, it was impossible to tell if it was snow or snow-like hair. His entire person was gradually taking on a kind of old age. However, Chen Pingping did not seem to think this way. When you were 4, he sent Fei Jia to your side and secretly transferred a group of Overwatch Council spies to my mother to use. He entered the palace to tell me about this matter. I had originally thought that his actions were superfluous. The Emperor's brows furrowed. It was as if he was recalling the events of the past dozen years. However, when you were 12, you were attacked by an assassin. The Emperor glanced at Fan Xian and shook his head. During those years in Danzhou, presumably you didn't know that news from Danzhou was sent all the way to Chen Pingping's desk through the Overwatch Council. That old cripple took out an even stronger passion than when he was managing council affairs and frequently entered the palace to tell me your every move. You flirted with the serving girls in Danzhou. You climbed onto the rooftops and made a racket. You began to personally cook for my mother. The unusually dangerous tyrannical zhenqi that you cultivated in your body. A strange smile rose to the Emperor's face. I knew your every move, even more so than my sons in Jingdou. Thus, although you were far away in Danzhou, I seem to have gotten used to you being by my side. Then, you came to Jingdou and came to my side. In the Qing temple, in the tea shop outside the courtyard. The Emperor glanced at Fan Xian. His smile gradually faded. You entered the Overwatch Council. You went to the Hanging Temple. You accompanied me into the little building. You were sent by me to Jiangnan. I have to admit that you are my son, and the one I love the most. Your mother once said that love is a habit. I've gotten used to your existence when you were young. The Emperor suddenly raised his head to gaze at the snowy sky. No one knew who he was looking at. He suddenly nodded and said, however, my favorite son is not willing to be my son. At this time, he is still standing in front of me to challenge my authority and find justice for what happened in the past. He lowered his head and looked at Fan Xian coldly. There is no victory or defeat between you and me, father and son. Thinking about it carefully until now, in the end, it is still Chen Pingping who has won. Fan Xian understood these words, so he sank into silence. Since you are not a benevolent and righteous person who thinks about the world, since you only seek to resolve a personal grudge and not for justice, then I do not understand your choice today. The Emperor did not give Fan Xian more of a feeling that he was more like a relative and directly opened his mouth to question him. Since it was just for a personal grudge, since it was just to seek a straightforward justice, why did Fan Xian earlier treat the snowy ground as the world and lay out the facts and reason with the Emperor? Why did he throw out so many bargaining chips just to keep the battle within the royal palace and the enemy side limited to father and son? There was never any kindness to speak of in revenge. The Qing kingdom and the world could all be Fan Xian's weapons. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "I thought about it in the manner for 7 days." He smiled and continued, "The so-called seclusion was all a lie. Being locked in a room for 7 days and 7 nights would drive someone crazy. I also wanted to eat and get some air." His expression gradually softened and calmed. Late at night, when Wan, and the others were asleep, would sneak out of the room alone with an unlined garment draped over my shoulders. Like a wandering spirit, I would wander through the manor's garden. During those days, there was continuous snow in Tianjing, and the nights were very cold. The old women who looked after the garden all hid in a corner room to drink. No one noticed me. I just wandered and wandered and wandered alone. Fan Xian looked at the emperor and opened his eyes wide. Very seriously, he said, "Only now did I realize that the Fan Manor's garden was actually so big. Usually, I've been so busy with government affairs and scheming that I almost forgot what my own garden looked like. It was not until these 7 days that I noticed that the Fan Manor's garden was actually larger than Jiangnan's Hua garden. I don't know how many manors there are on that street in the south of the city and how much space they take up," Fan Xian said seriously. "There is also the food and clothing that are usually unremarkable. In my eyes, they are very common things. In reality, for those common people, they are all luxurious pleasures." He pointed at the royal palace in the snow and said, "Of course, the largest garden is still this royal palace. In the past few years, while I was living my own little life, I also helped out the lives of the common people. Regardless of whether it was the palace treasury, the river works yamen, or the Hangzhou conference, I have gained some reputation. I had thought that I was helping them, but I suddenly understood that it was actually them providing for us." Fan Xian's expression was calm. Looking at the emperor, he said, "Since that is so, what right do I have to ask for gratitude from them? I am not a saint. I have all kinds of shortcomings. It is just that the better ones these years have been hypocritically hidden. If I ask myself honestly, in the end, I still love the Qing kingdom. No matter how bad this country is, under the emperor's rule, the people live relatively happily. There is the palace treasury and the Overwatch Council. If I don't mess around, at least these good days can be lived for a few more decades. As I said earlier, I am not even worthy of a heart of gratitude. Then, what right do I have to harm them just because of my own personal grudge? Throwing the world into turmoil, killing and burning everywhere, causing the world to fall apart, and causing them to suffer wretchedly, would I be happy? If I choose that path for the sake of revenge, putting aside what that old cripple in heaven would think, I think Mother would not be happy. Since I seek justice for them, then how could I choose a path they don't like? I love the Qing kingdom, so I hope that this is only a battle between the emperor and me. This is only a matter between us. It is best not to drag too many people in. Before, someone said that one should walk the right path in this world. What is the right path? It is doing the right thing. However, I still don't understand. There is right and wrong here and there. How can I use my own right and wrong to judge the emperor's right and wrong? How can I use my own right and wrong to judge the right and wrong of the world? What is the standard for determining right and wrong? In the end, this can only be a subjective feeling. If the right path is doing the right thing, then the so-called right is the direction that allows one to have a clear conscience. Today, I entered the palace to say and do all this to allow myself to have a clear conscience. Fan Xian spoke word by word slowly. He said most of what he had been thinking during these 7 days. As for the remaining small portion, it involved the battle between him and the emperor. It was not just today, but also a possible future battle. There was no benefit in saying more about this kind of mutual harm and probing. It would only be harmful. There are no true saints in this world. The emperor lowered his eyelids slightly. A few snowflakes hung on his eyelashes. Perhaps your mother counts as one. What you have said today is at least close to the true meaning of this world. If your mother knew that you had grown into such a young man, presumably she would feel very comforted. Fan Xian looked calmly at the emperor's thin face. Suddenly, for some reason, a wave of sympathy and sorrow that even he was afraid of welled up in the depths of his heart. These inappropriate emotions that appeared at inappropriate times made him feel terrified. Faced with such a snow-capped figure, what was there to sympathize with? Perhaps he sympathized that the emperor, until now, still saw Fan Xian as his proudest flesh and blood and had no idea that Fan Xian's body hid a soul that had long been set in stone. Perhaps Fan Xian sympathized that the emperor had been kept in the dark by his acting skills. Even at the moment of life and death, Fan Xian still could not reveal his true feelings. During these years, Fan Xian had played the role of a loyal official and filial son in front of the emperor. Even though he had slaughtered his way through Jingdo and entered the palace to face the reprimand, he still played the role of a pure, honest, and solemn one. Using his words as the edge and his performance as the blade, he had, step by step, pierced into the emperor's heart. This was a battle of the heart. Back then, Fan Xian had wanted to deal with the northern Qi saint girl, Haitang Duo. He had begun his preparations in Jingdo, swayed in the North Sea, pretended to be drunk in a restaurant in Shangjing, shook until they were together. Then, there was that touch of gentleness in Jiangnan. Finally, he had truly won this battle. The emperor was not Haitang. Fan Xian had acted longer in front of him and had worked harder. He didn't know if he could truly move the emperor's heart that would not be melted by wind and snow. However, this act was destined to continue. Even if Fan Xian died to the emperor's hand, it had to continue. If he didn't do this, he could not pull this person down from the altar and the throne. If he didn't do this, he could not protect the people Fan Xian wanted to protect. The barefooted was not afraid of those wearing shoes. For Fan Xian to be so shameless and black-hearted to such an extent, to use killing against killing, the Qing emperor was not an opponent that could be defeated so easily. Fan Xian was cold-blooded enough, but the emperor was even more cold-blooded. Thus, the cold-blooded killing that could be seen today was all a foreshadowing and prelude. The true curtains were about to be pulled open. The wind and snow no longer swirled in the air. Instead, they fell straight down, turning from little flower buds into goose feathers. With a heavy sense of beauty, they landed on the emperor and Fan Xian's bodies. They walked from the hall of governmental affairs to the depths of the palace. After a long conversation, the zhenqi of the two circulations of different natures in Fan Xian's body had long been nurtured. His entire body had entered a realm without joy or sorrow. The zhenqi in his body was abundant to the extreme. He was only waiting for a snowflake to touch that moment. In the wind and snow, the Qing emperor stood with his hands behind his back. His body carried a natural and unparalleled might. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Fan Xian with a mocking smile. Fan Xian had long used the power of the wind and snow to release his power. Once it touched the area around the emperor's body, it was as if it had run into an indestructible snowy mountain. It was unable to advance another step. The realm of a great grandmaster was not something mortals could touch. The Qing emperor only looked at Fan Xian coldly and indifferently. Wherever his gaze reached, Fan Xian was pressed into the snowy ground. Ruler and subject, father and son, faced each other for a long time. The emperor suddenly smiled mockingly. Even if I want to help you feel at ease, it will take time. After saying this, the emperor put his hands behind his back. Raising his leg, he walked out with a single step. Walking out, in the wind and snow filled with two waves of tyrannical and powerful zhenqi, the emperor left as he pleased. He did not care at all and was free and at ease. It was as if the current situation and the wild dance of the wind and snow could not stop his steps. This step appeared simple. In reality, it had a deep meaning and was not simple at all. Countless cracking sounds rang out clearly amidst the howling wind and snow. Fan Xian's feet, which were standing on top of the snow, suddenly sank an inch without reason. With Fan Xian's feet as the center, countless thin cracks stretched out like lightning. However, they did not fade for a long time. Left on the snow, they were like spider webs. Although they were in the wind and snow, they did not break easily. These thin cracks extended far and wide, and actually clearly revealed the black soil underneath. It looked like an indescribable rune that had a wonderful sense of beauty. Fan Xian stood alone in the middle of these cracks. He was silent for a long time. His expression was calm and cold. He had exerted all his power, but he could not stop the emperor from taking a single step. With that step, the emperor easily walked out. It was as if he was no longer in this world. He suddenly thought of Uncle Wu Zhu's words on the cliff in Danzhou, "Take off your clothes and go." The emperor's step earlier had already perfectly reached the perfect realm of this saying. Not only had he thrown away his broken body, he had long walked out of this place. However, Fan Xian did not feel any despair or disappointment. He knew that he was facing the only great grandmaster left in this land. He was already someone who was about to surpass the realm of mortals. He thought for a moment in the snow. He then raised his knees and walked toward the little building, following the footprints the emperor had left behind. Chapter 735. I heard that some friends don't like the dialogue in these chapters. I'm sorry, the beginning of this chapter is still dialogue. I won't stop until the words between the Qing Emperor and Fan Xian are all said and done. I've written this story for a year and a half. Isn't it just for this to be said and done at the end? Oh, right, after reading this chapter, give me some monthly votes. It was really hard to write. This is not a lie. If I drag it out, unless I want to drag myself to death, at night, the little building was brightly lit. Numerous eunuchs and serving girls surged in from all over the abandoned garden like magic. All kinds of dishes, fruit trays, and pots flowed into the pavilion. The emperor and Fan Xian chatted happily as they ate and chatted downstairs. That woman, the woman who stood between the emperor and Fan Xian in the history of the Qing kingdom, sat quietly on a piece of paper in the room on the second floor, watching everything calmly. What should have been the beginning of a battle had become the last dinner between father and son. Fan Xian knew this and accepted it. A battle between two people could not be fought by one person. Since he had already endured for so long before making such a brave and ruthless decision, what difference would another night make? More importantly, it was just as the emperor had said earlier when he easily broke through the situation and left. Since this was a battle between two people, then there had to be some time left for the emperor to do what he had already tacitly agreed to Fan Xian. Would one night be enough time? Your Majesty, Ruoruo has come to bid farewell to you, Eunuch Yao said respectfully with his head lowered as he stood below the little table. Let her come in. The emperor smiled slightly and glanced at Fan Xian, meaning to say, naturally, I will do what I promised you. A slightly cold wind swirled the snowflakes into the building. A woman like ice and snow entered with the wind. Her steps were steady, and her expression was calm and unchanging. She bowed slightly in front of the emperor. It was Fan Ruoruo. After bidding farewell to the emperor, this woman, who had been under house arrest in the palace for many months, slowly turned around and looked calmly at her brother. Gradually, a faint moisture appeared in her eyes. Fan Xian stood and smiled slightly as he shook his head. Don't cry. Fan Ruoruo did not hide it. She firmly bit her lip and forced a smile. Brother, long time no see. It had indeed been a long time. Ever since Fan Xian had gone to Dongyi, the two of them had not seen each other. After Fan Xian returned to the capital, he had only seen that early autumn rain. At that time, Fan Ruoruo had already been under house arrest deep in the palace as a hostage. Fan Xian walked forward and gently wrapped his arm around his sister's thin shoulder. He hugged her and said quietly by her ear, "Be good in the future and show more filial respect to father and mother." As he said these words, Fan Xian felt that time had turned back. The icy woman in front of him seemed to be a little girl who could not even speak clearly in Danzhou many years ago. Fan Ruoruo made a sound of assent and then left. She knew why the emperor had allowed her to enter the palace today. It must be because her brother and the emperor had reached some kind of agreement. She trusted her brother's teachings and arrangements the most in her life. She did not have any doubts. She only calmly and silently accepted all of this. The emperor and Fan Xian paused at the same time. It seemed that they had not expected the third prince to appear here at this time. They also did not expect that Xiaofan Palace would not be able to stop this youth. The third prince walked into the building and bowed toward the emperor and Fan Xian. In a muffled voice, he said, "Greetings, father." "Greetings, sir." Miraculously, the third prince turned and left after saying these words, not caring about any etiquette or rules at all. He left the emperor and Fan Xian, who had sunk into silence. The two of them had seen clearly the third prince's expression earlier. They both saw that the rims of his eyes were already red. Presumably, he had already cried outside the building. The emperor looked at the empty ground. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled with a complicated expression. There was a faint sense of loss, but there was also a glimmer of admiration that could not be hidden. The emperor looked at the empty ground. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled with a complicated expression. There was a faint sense of loss, but there was also a glimmer of admiration that could not be hidden. Li Qingping had come to this little building to see Fan Xian off. This kind of affection and courage was very much in line with the emperor's personality. "Not bad, right?" Fan Xian asked. "You've taught them well. That's what I've always admired about you. I've never seen you treat them well, but regardless of whether it's the officials in the court, your subordinates, or even my sons, they all seem to be willing to stand on your side," the emperor said. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then replied, "That is probably because I have always treated them equally." Eunuch Yao walked into the little building for the third time. Calmly, he said, "Someone outside the palace has delivered the manuscript that Sir Fan Jr. needs and a sword." The sword was the Wei Emperor's sword. It was quietly placed on the table in front of Fan Xian. The manuscript was a list of the He faction's crimes written by former members of the Overwatch Council. It was to be used by the emperor to announce edicts in the future. Eunuch Yao stood in front of the emperor and calmly described what had happened outside the palace. The internal court had a number of spies in Jingdou. There was no need to make any special inquiries to know about the chaos that had been stirred up in Jingdou. The imperial censorites were kneeling in the snow outside the palace and crying endlessly, asking the emperor to severely punish this heinous criminal. Fan Xian was not a homicidal maniac. The lives that had died in Jingdou were all the backbone of the He faction. As for the pedantic imperial censors, they were still alive and well. Other than these imperial censors, the civil officials of the various ministries and temples in Jingdou also began to communicate in secret, preparing to exert pressure on the palace. All of this was because the court system had been shaken by the massacre that happened today and felt boundless terror, so they had to stand out. Fan Xian entered the royal palace through the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Many court officials were waiting outside the royal palace. They were waiting for the emperor's edict. A day had passed, and it was already nightfall. The royal palace was still silent. The officials began to feel angry and afraid. Did the emperor still think of the relationship between father and son and not punish Fan Xian after he had done so many heinous and bloody things? It was precisely because of the peace in the palace and the worry of the ministers that the imperial censors once again kowtowed outside the palace. The wind and rain were coming, and the pressure was great. The mountains were about to collapse, and the lakes were about to surge. Eunuch Yao's report did not change the atmosphere in the little building at all. Regardless of whether it was the emperor or Fan Xian, neither cared about the pressure of the court officials. Furthermore, after tonight, one of the father and son would have to give some sort of explanation to the world. The emperor smiled and raised a cup of wine to slowly drink. He then brought up a topic that the two of them had not touched on before. If you die and stay behind, will you be able to control the group of madmen under your command? If you can't, why did I promise to let them live? Because you have to gamble that my words can control them. Otherwise, if the world falls into chaos, it will not be a scene you want to see. The emperor's finger gently spun the wine cup. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Are you not worried that if I kill you, I won't do what I promised you?" Fan Xian lowered his head slightly. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "The emperor's words cannot be taken back by 4 horses. 4 horses, not 1 horse," the emperor smiled and said. "It's 4 horses. Your mother said this strange phrase in the past, so I remember it. I just didn't think you would also know." The emperor then sighed and said, "In today's world, if the person I was facing was not you but your mother, no matter what, I would not give her the right to a fair battle." Fan Xian said mockingly, "Back then, you indeed did not give her any fairness to speak of." The emperor shook his head and coldly said, "I did not give her such a right because I knew she would never use the world to threaten me. Using the world as a bargaining chip is throwing all the people in the world into the casino. She was unwilling to do so, but I was willing to do so. I was willing to use the lives and deaths of the people in the world to threaten you," Fan Xian replied calmly. "This is the difference I spoke of earlier." The emperor shook his head again and said, "That is why I still do not understand. Since you love this country and care for the people in the world, how can you use this to threaten me? First, I have to love the people by my side. Furthermore, I have always been a shameless and afraid of death. If I am truly forced to a dead end. Of course, this dead end does not just refer to me. I do not mind dragging the entire world and your Majesty's lofty aspirations down with me." Fan Xian lowered his head and said, "Actually, I have been waiting for someone this entire time. However, that person never comes back. I have no choice but to risk my life myself." The words, "risk my life," were spoken with a wretched and helpless tone. However, the emperor's eyes gradually lit up. He knew who Fan Xian was waiting for. In the emperor's view, in the present world, only that person could threaten his life and rule. Ever since the bloody case in Taiping courtyard many years ago, he had always been faintly wary of that person's existence. He had even sent the last emissary the temple had sent to the alley beside Fan Manor. Even so, Wuxia still did not die. He won't come back. The light in the emperor's eyes gradually faded. Slowly, he said, "It's been 3 years. If he wants to find out who he is, he can only go to the temple. If he truly returns to the temple, how can he come out again?" Fan Xian nodded and accepted this reality with some sorrow. If Uncle Wuxia was still connected to this land, he would not be so passive in front of the emperor, to the point of threatening to take him down with him. "Back then, how did you make the temple stand behind you?" Fan Xian furrowed his brows and looked at the emperor. This was one of the great questions in his heart. "I have never been to the temple. After spending a long time with your mother, I know that the temple is actually a place that is gradually declining and desolate. The temple has never cared about the affairs of the world. This is true." A mocking smile rose to the corners of the emperor's lips. "However, the temple has always quietly influenced this land. Unfortunately, I am a person of the world. They cannot do anything to me. However, your mother and Lao Wu are people of the temple. This small difference is enough. I know how to use it." Fan Xian sighed and shook his head. He couldn't help but admire the emperor's powerful will. The temple that everyone in the world worshipped, in the end, was nothing more than a sharper knife in the emperor's eyes. During the northern expedition, the meridians in my body were all shattered. I couldn't move a finger. My eyes couldn't see, my ears couldn't hear, and my nose couldn't smell. I was like a dead person. However, my soul was hidden in that broken shell, unable to escape and unable to be free. The emperor suddenly began to coldly narrate the events of the past. It was like enduring the torment of loneliness in the endless darkness. This kind of pain strengthened my resolve. Following the emperor's narration, the lights in the little building dimmed. It was as if they were about to sink into an inescapable sea of darkness. Other than myself and the loneliness I can experience, nothing is real, the emperor said. Other than myself, I don't trust anyone else. In order to achieve my goal, I don't need family or friends. When I woke up in the darkness, the first people I saw were Chen Pingping and Ning Er. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Thus, I trusted them the most. You don't have to worry about Ning Er's safety. However, I had not thought that Chen Pingping would betray me. The emperor's eyes narrowed even more. A cold light shone through them. His tone was faintly angry and sorrowful. Mockingly, he said, I trusted the wrong person, and it led to the situation today. You have never experienced the pain of waking up in the darkness, so you don't understand what I am saying. I have experienced it before. Fan Xian shook his head. He would not explain. It was a long, long time ago, when he had encountered a change in that world. However, I have not become like you. My personality just decides my fate. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, if Yi Qingmei had not appeared in this world, what would it be like now, Your Majesty? Would it be a bit more beautiful? The emperor's eyes gradually grew icy as he stared at Fan Xian's face. A glimmer of anger appeared and was immediately hidden. Coldly, he said, let's not talk about what the Qing kingdom would be like without your mother. You only need to remember that back then, the Wei kingdom was at its peak of decay. Not to mention not being able to compare to the Qing kingdom under my rule, it was a far cry from the present northern Qi. Although the Wei kingdom was rotten back then, it was still a colossus. When your mother came to this world, she at least smashed that mountain to pieces. Why is it that none of the former Wei kingdom's people missed the previous dynasty? Why is it that in the thousands of li of land I have conquered, there has never been anyone who cares about the former country and rebelled? The emperor smiled coldly. Think about it yourself. Fan Xian smiled and said, I can't be bothered to think about it. My parents were both remarkable figures. For me, as a son, it is not a very glorious thing. The emperor finally laughed aloud. The two of them continued to eat, drink, and chat. This father and son, ruler and official, were actually very similar. They were both cold and emotionless. However, they had different opinions about the world, the past, and the present. They had different opinions about everything. However, this did not affect the trust and respect the two of them had shown each other these years and firmly occupied the peak of the world. They listened to the wind and snow all night in the little building. This was their last dinner and their last long conversation. Deep into the night, the two of them sat on two chairs under the light of the lantern and began to meditate and rest. Even the true qi that flowed through their bodies was so harmonious. Other than being domineering, each of them had a kind of power that could tear everything apart. When combined, they were actually so harmonious. Without realizing it, the sky brightened. The morning sun came out. The snow outside stopped, and the wind stopped. The thick layer of snow on the ground was like a woolen blanket. It reflected the clear light from the sky and lit up the large abandoned garden in the northwest corner of the royal palace particularly brightly. Fan Xian woke up and sighed in his heart. Standing up, he picked up the sword of the Wei Emperor on the table with his right hand and walked to the door of the little building. He then turned around and calmly looked at the Emperor in the chair. The Emperor slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were unusually clear and bright, unusually calm and cold. There was no longer a glimmer of emotion that a mortal should have. Everything that needed to be said had been said. From this moment on, there was no longer a shred of familial affection between the two of them. Fan Xian raised his right arm, from his shoulder to his elbow to his wrist, and then to the hilt of the sword that he held steadily in his right hand. That unshakable and terrifyingly steady tip of the sword pointed directly at the Emperor's face. The sword was still in its sheath, but it began to make the cry of a dragon. It hummed and hummed, like the strings in Chen Garden playing. Thick tyrannical zhenqi flowed into the body of the sword along the web between Fan Xian's thumb and index finger. It was as if it wanted to bring the sword to life. A glimmer of light that was faintly visible to the naked eye began to spread through the cracks in the sheath. The body of the sword struggled desperately in the sheath. It wanted to break out of the sheath but could not find a way out. The pain and suffering made one's heart palpitate just by hearing it. Fan Xian didn't know how much zhenqi he had poured into it to construct such a shocking scene. The Emperor's pupils constricted slightly. His hands remained on the chair and he did not rise. However, the only remaining great grandmaster in the world discovered that his favorite son was more powerful than he had expected. In the cold winter day, a drop of sweat fell from the tip of Fan Xian's brow. His delicate face was filled with a heavy and unswerving determination. He had accumulated power for a long time, but the Qing Emperor had not acted. He could not wait forever. The sword he held in his hand was almost out of control. With a light clap, Fan Xian's right foot took a step back and landed heavily on the doorstep. The sword he had stabbed out with his right hand in the form of the burning sky had finally exploded out. The white light in the gap of the scabbard in his hand suddenly disappeared. There was no sound in the small building. That scabbard could no longer withstand the anger of the Emperor's sword inside the scabbard. It struggled, clashed, and silently and strangely, like an arrow, pierced towards the Emperor's face. Fan Xian's first strike was the sword sheath. The sword sheath was imbued with his 7 days of hard thought, the accumulated power of a long night of talking, and thick tyrannical zhenqi. In an instant, it shot out. Its speed made the sword sheath, like Yan Xiaoyi's arrow in the past, easily tear through the air and surpass the limits of time. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Emperor's eyes. At this moment, a hand appeared in the air. It was an incomparably stable hand. It was a hand that had shaken the wind and rain on Dong Mountain and had a layer of calluses on its middle finger because it had gripped the imperial brush for too long. This hand caught the sword sheath like catching a firefly in the flickering light or a speck of dust in thousands of snowflakes. This hand was too fast. It was fast enough to catch light and fast enough to catch shadows. How could it not catch the sword sheath, which had form and substance? The calmness of the little building was immediately broken. The dragon's cry and humming from the sword sheath rang out again, but it suddenly stopped. Fan Xian's sword sheath, which had been accumulating power for a long time, was like a huge dragon that had its throat grabbed by someone. It stopped breathing and hung its head dejectedly and powerlessly as it lay in the Emperor's palm with its last breath. The Emperor slowly rose. His expression was unusually calm. However, he had to admit that Fan Xian's realm had exceeded his expectations. This strike, which was like a flying dragon from beyond the heavens, seemed to faintly have the feeling of leaving space. There was no one in front of the little building. The Emperor looked coldly in that direction. The chair behind him shattered with a rustling sound, turning into powder, and nothingness, scattering all over the ground. Fan Xian had used all the power in his body to activate the sword sheath. It looked like he had staked everything on one throw. There were no spectators around the little building, so no one expected that after that moment, his body would float up at an even faster speed, sweep up, and fly up. His body was like a large bird. No, he was lighter and faster than a bird. He was like a snowflake swept up by the howling wind. With a speed that was impossible for a human to reach, he suddenly floated a distance of 150 feet from the door of the little building. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky again. In the process of flying, Fan Xian almost stopped breathing. He only relied on the book of spells Ku he left behind before he died to feel the coldness around him in the flow of air. Going with the flow, he floated forward. As he floated, he had time to think. There was a distance of 12 feet from the emperor's chair to the outside of the little building. The emperor had to catch his strike and think. Presumably, he would not come out too quickly. The 4 great grandmasters had already transcended mortality and transcended sainthood. In the end, they were not immortals. They each had their own weaknesses. Master Ku He's weakest point was his old physical body. Yi Liuyun's strongest point was his cloud-like movements. If the great grandmaster in the little building was Yi Liuyun, Fan Xian would not have had the extravagant hope of keeping him in the building. However, the person in the building was the emperor. His Jinqi cultivation was the best in the world. It was abundant to the peak. Relying on Jinqi to move, the physical body would always be limited. Moving in a small area required supernatural skills, just like how Yi Liuyun faced a sky full of crossbow bolts. However, the emperor might not be able to forcefully sweep out of the little building in such a short time. What followed immediately was an attack without any gaps. Fan Xian's feet slid 2 feet on the snowy ground, revealing 2 snow ditches. His figure landed on the snowy ground. Sword light flashed and he held it horizontally in front of his face. His front knees were in a half-crouch. It was a posture for a fatal attack. At the same time the cold sword light illuminated his delicate face, a sudden, vigorous, and rapidly burning fire swallowed the entire little building in an instant. A sea of fire appeared in the snowy palace. With a few muffled sounds, countless tongues of flame shot into the sky and surrounded the entire little building. The red and burning light immediately warmed the cold sword in front of Fan Xian and made it red. Such a large and quickly lit fire could not have been formed naturally. No one knew what Fan Xian had prepared in the little building. What made Fan Xian feel slightly disappointed was that a streak of aura flowed through the sea of fire. A human figure stood brilliantly in front of the sea of fire, looking coldly at him. He stood in the snowy ground, leaving the sea of fire behind him. Some places on the emperor's dragon robe were already charred. His hair was also slightly burned. His face was slightly pale, but he still stood arrogantly and looked coldly at Fan Xian. When did you move the gunpowder of the 3rd bureau into the palace? The emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Fan Xian. Fan Xian smiled widely and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. 3 years ago, during the Jingdo Rebellion, when I was regent, it was not difficult to move as much gunpowder as I wanted into the palace. The emperor slowly walked closer to Fan Xian. His eyes narrowed slightly. In a cold voice, he said, "So, for today, you prepared for 3 whole years." Fan Xian narrowed his eyes like the emperor to prevent the bright sea of fire from affecting his line of sight. Pressing his lips together, he said, "I just thought that if my mother's portrait was placed in this building, presumably she would also feel angry. Since that is the case, then it would be better to burn it." If the emperor had not summoned Fan Xian in front of the little building yesterday, if the emperor had not acted immediately and instead had a long conversation with Fan Xian in the little building, Fan Xian would not have been able to find any opportunity to activate the mechanism or ignite the gunpowder. Fan Xian would not have been able to find any opportunity to activate the mechanism or ignite the gunpowder. Up until the moment Fan Xian broke the door sill, Fan Xian had full confidence that the emperor would choose this little building in the abandoned garden as the final battlefield. There was a portrait of Yi Qingmei on the little building. The emperor would certainly choose to completely end the decades of gratitude and grudges between them in front of this woman's portrait. Fan Xian was certain of this because he knew the emperor's intentions better than anyone else in the world. He knew what kind of person the emperor was. The emperor was a cold and emotionless but hypocritical person who thought he was kind and affectionate. Fan Xian was also very hypocritical. Using the words of that world, the father and son both liked to pretend to be a little bourgeois. Without question, the little building was the best stage for the two of them in this great show. The moment the fire ignited, Fan Xian's heart jumped. The reason he had chosen the gunpowder that had been buried for 3 years as his ultimate weapon was because Chen Pingping's wheelchair in the royal study had given him confidence. Faced with an attack that came from all directions and had no space to dodge, even a great grandmaster would not be able to create something from nothing and find a way to dodge. The iron pellets and steel balls shot out by the gun in the chair were like this. Presumably, the fire raging everywhere was also like this. Unfortunately, the emperor was still standing in the snow. Although his face had been slightly pale earlier, presumably because he had escaped from the sea of fire and expended a great deal of his yuanqi, this sky-burning fire did not cause him any irreversible injuries. "The fire is too slow," the emperor said without a trace of emotion as he looked coldly at Fan Xian. Chapter 736. Since he had already made his move, there was no reason for him to use a golden basin to wash his hands. Fan Xian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. There was not a single stray thought in his mind. It was all exuberant fighting spirit and a state that had been pushed to its peak. With the Wei Emperor's sword in hand, he might not have the world, but at least he had the ambition to charge into the world. In Fan Xian's eyes, the unfathomable great Grandmaster Emperor in front of him was the world. Heavy snow as thick as goose feathers fluttered down in the palace. Suddenly, 4 streaks of sword light lit up the gloomy world. 4 unpredictable and strange marks appeared in the air. In each mark, there was a frightening sword light. It was impossible to tell which of the 4 strikes would come first and which would come last. Unlike the killing intent contained in the 4 streaks of sword light, the power of the sword flew out to its heart's content and mixed with the wind and snow. It was indescribably wondrous and landed somewhere unknown. In the blink of an eye, Fan Xian had already floated in front of the emperor. The clothes on his right arm fluttered. Every muscle under his shirt exploded with a shocking power. In a flash, he drew his sword and pulled it back, stabbing out 4 times in a row. The 4 streaks of sword intent arrived through the air. Each strike pierced through a snowflake floating in the air. Then, it pierced the side of the emperor's hair, sleeves, in front of the emperor's shoes, and outside the dragon robe. They all missed. In an instant, the 4 strikes all missed. The last strike was only an inch away from the emperor's lower abdomen. However, this inch of distance seemed to be separated by thousands of rivers and mountains. The power of the sword had been exhausted. Like a waterfall that had dried up, it could no longer surge or come closer. The emperor waved his wide sleeves. In front of the 4 strikes that lit up the gloomy palace in winter, he danced freely and easily on the snowy ground. Lightly and skillfully, he avoided the 4 strikes that Fan Xian had built up power for a long time and released like lightning. It was not Siga Jian, who only cared about the front and not the back. The 4 strikes Fan Xian struck out in an instant carried an aura of Tianyi Dao's closeness to heaven and earth. Thus, under the cover of the wind and snow, he borrowed the momentum of the snowflakes to move as fast as lightning and as smooth as drifting snow toward the Qing Emperor's body. It forced the emperor to not immediately launch a lightning-like counterattack. These 4 streaks of sword aura did not have a sliver of the cold-blooded killing intent of Dongyi's sword hut. On the contrary, it made one feel closer and gave Fan Xian the opportunity to get close. However, these 4 strikes, which deeply grasped the exquisite aura of Tianyi Dao, still did not cause any harm to the emperor. In fact, he did not even take a step back. He continued to stand steadily and coldly where he was as if he had not moved earlier. The cultivation realm of a great grandmaster was indeed not a level that normal people could touch. In front of these four swords that borrowed the power of heaven and earth to escape, the emperor had easily neutralized them. The tip of the Wei Emperor's sword hummed and trembled endlessly in front of the bright yellow dragon robe. It was as if it felt a kind of hopelessness and defeat. It wanted to lower its head and accept its fate, but it was also unwilling. It struggled with all its might. The four snowflakes pierced through the body of the sword also began to show signs of dispersing. Unlike the sword in his hand, there was not a trace of disappointment on Fan Xian's face. His expression remained calm. The light in his eyes suddenly faded and turned into a deathly stillness. It was emotionless and emotionless. There was only a murderous intent. His eyes were like Sigurd-Jian's murderous intent soaring to the heavens, piercing through the large trees and reaching the sky. There was not a trace of emotion. There was only coldness. The sword in his hand also became a dead object at this moment. It was a lethal weapon that could not be used by anyone who was not a sage. A deathly chill turned the four snowflakes on the sword into a layer of frost in the blink of an eye, solidifying like a mirror. The clothing on his right shoulder suddenly tore. A series of crackling sounds rang out. The two circulations in Fan Xian's body moved quickly, clashing and struggling with each other. They broke through the acupuncture point in the shoulder, went through the Yangming meridian, and went straight to the elbow, pressing against the wrist, and then to the hilt of the sword. His right arm seemed to have been flung out violently. He used the power of the coffin breaker to move the sword. The sword, which had been at the end of its tether, suddenly grew a foot and pierced directly toward the Qing Emperor's dragon robe. This was the true strike, the strike Sigurd-Jian had bestowed upon Fan Xian before his death. Merciless and unfeeling, ruthless and without return. One glance was enough to topple a city. Another glance was enough to topple a country. 3 glances were enough to topple a person's heart. Sigurd-Jian frequently plotted against the world. Even if he did not do it for the world, he would still kill the emperor. Wind and snow rose in the cold palace. The Wei Emperor's sword also became a sword of snow. It was extremely cold and decisive. It left no path of retreat or chance of turning around. It pierced forward with an indomitable will. A heart-palpitating scraping sound rang out. It only rang out for an instant. In Fan Xian's ears, it seemed to ring out for countless years. It was very long and finally stopped. 2 well-maintained, white, and jade-like fingers steadily and coldly clamped down on the Wei Emperor's sword. The scraping sound was the sound produced by the icy blade of the sword and these 2 fingers. The frost on half of the blade had already been removed by the fingers. At this moment, these 2 fingers were clamped between the blade of the sword. A faint hot mist rose from the 2 fingers. Even though the emperor was a great grandmaster, he would not underestimate Fan Xian's strike. This strike was too cold and bloodthirsty. The blade of the sword broke through his 2 fingers and forcefully advanced half the length of the blade. In the end, the emperor took a step back. However, there was still an inch of distance between his body and the tip of the Wei Emperor's sword. Fan Xian was still unable to break through this inch and truly touch the emperor's dragon robe. The emperor looked coldly at his son, who was inches away from him. Some frost had formed on the beard on his chin. He looked particularly terrifying. The knuckles of the 2 fingers that gripped the sword of the Wei Emperor turned slightly white. It was extremely majestic. A powerful and tyrannical Zhenqi like 1,000 lakes, 1,000 rivers, and 1,000 rivers surged out from these 2 fingers. With a gentle twist, the extremely sharp Wei Emperor's sword began to bend like a noodle between the emperor's fingers. However, the Wei Emperor's sword was, after all, the most precious treasure of the royal family. Even under such a terrifying grandmaster's suppression, it still did not break. Fan Xian was very close to the emperor. He maintained a posture of a small lunge. His right leg pulled back slightly and crouched low. His entire body maintained a perfect line and did not reveal any openings. It gave one the feeling that it was impossible to attack. However, he held the sword of the Wei Emperor in his hand. In the end, he was not Sigurd. This sword was not his own. Rather, it was connected to his body. At this moment, it was like a beautiful character that had suddenly been left with a very flawed stroke. Like a great river, a wild jinchi surged out from the Wei Emperor's sword. Fresh blood sprayed from the webbing between Fan Xian's thumb and index finger, but he did not pull back his sword. He knew that the first battle now was willpower. His power could not be taken away by the enemy. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The jinchi in his body also began to surge out violently. Fan Xian bravely did not pull back his sword. However, the emperor pulled back his finger. The Wei Emperor's sword, which had been bent to the extreme, bounced up like lightning. Like a whip of a horse, it chopped toward Fan Xian's face. Fan Xian could clearly see the bright sword light in his eyes. The ice and frost on the other half of the sword also split open with this bounce and exploded on the blade of the Wei Emperor's sword. It turned into countless tiny shards of ice and exploded between the emperor and Fan Xian. Fan Xian let out a sharp cry and quickly loosened the webbing between his thumb and index finger. His wrist dropped like lightning, and he held the hilt of the sword in a reverse grip. His feet took a series of 8 steps on the snowy ground. Kicking the golden eaves, he raised his head to retreat. However, with this raise of his head, the perfect and ruthless defense he had woven earlier immediately melted like ice and snow. His movements became a mess. The emperor's figure whizzed forward like a gust of wind, heading straight for Fan Xian's body. A normal and simple punch flew out and landed directly on Fan Xian's chest. With a muffled thud, Fan Xian's body was sent flying by this seemingly light punch. His entire body became a snowflake floating in the air. Drifting in spirals, it was wretched and wretched. Without any strength, it changed countless times in the air. Flipping 7 or 8 times, it swept across dozens of feet of the abandoned garden and snowy ground. In the end, it landed wretchedly on the snowy ground far away. It sent up a large patch of snow and crushed dozens of dead grass. Fan Xian held his chest and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, he still stood resolutely and stared fixedly at the emperor in the distance. No one could fly dozens of feet in the air for no reason. Even if they were hit by the emperor's way of the king's killing fist, which was so powerful that they could not form any thoughts of resistance, it was impossible to send a person flying dozens of feet horizontally. The human body was important. After all, it could not be a true snowflake. On Dong Mountain, even though Sigurd had been sent flying by the Qing Emperor's punch, Sigurd had rolled out of the Qing temple in Dong Mountain like a stone and wretchedly crashed into that bell. Who could be like Fan Xian earlier and fly so far in the air? It was truly like a snowflake. The emperor glanced coldly at the official's boot in his hand. He looked at the cold, reflective metal tip sticking out of the tip of the boot and furrowed his brows slightly. Earlier, when he had punched Fan Xian in the chest and sent him flying, Fan Xian still had the intention of exchanging a life for a life. He had sinisterly kicked out from under his clothes. The tip of his foot was this metal tip. It was clearly poisoned. The emperor threw the boot into the snowy ground. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Fan Xian, who was standing with difficulty in the distance. Small tricks cannot accomplish great things. Fan Xian coughed and coughed up blood. With some difficulty, he took out a thin piece of steel from the chest area of his clothes and threw it into the snow by his feet. But small tricks can save a life. A handprint had already appeared on the thin piece of steel. Strangely, it was not the emperor's fist print. Instead, it was the print on the back of a horizontal palm. When the emperor's way of the emperor's punch was about to land on Fan Xian's chest, other than Fan Xian's sinister kick from under his clothes, his left arm naturally slid through the wind and snow and landed in front of his body at lightning speed, protecting in front of his vitals. However, How could his coffin breaker release be a match for His Majesty's punch of the Way of the King, which had the strength of a grandmaster? It was easily broken through the seal, and His Majesty's fist pressed against his palm. In the end, it still fiercely hit his chest. That was why there was a mark on the backside of his palm. With the metal plate hidden in his chest, at the last moment, he had mobilized the Zhenqi of Tianyi Dao in the small circle to protect his heart meridian. In addition to the cushioning of his palm, it finally allowed Fan Xian to keep his life under such a terrifying punch. The battle between the Qing Emperor, Fan Xian, and his son had only just begun, but they were already dozens of feet apart. Looking at each other through the wind and snow, victory and defeat had already been decided. No matter how well Fan Xian prepared, there was still a large difference in strength. The wonders of a great grandmaster could not be made up for with hard work. From the moment he pulled out his sword, Fan Xian first used Tianyi Dao's method of borrowing power, the exquisite natural sword technique he had learned from Haitang, and then, using the power of the Yi family's coffin breaker Sans Ho to combine the four swords of Tianyi Dao into the fatal strike he had learned from Siga Jian. The sinister kick at the tip of his foot and the metal plate in his chest were the martial arts he had learned from being hammered by Uncle Wu Zhu when he was young. They were the little tricks Fan Xian relied on to become famous. The foundation he used to activate these wondrous skills and merge them together was the tyrannical Zhenqi he had diligently cultivated in his body for over 20 years and had long become a part of his body. There were 4 great grandmasters and a blind man in the world. The top martial arts in the world were all displayed by Fan Xian alone. In this world, only Fan Xian had such good luck to be able to learn so many exquisite skills. From another perspective, it was because the warriors who had died or left had placed their last hope of resisting the Qing Emperor on Fan Xian's body that he could have a fair battle with the Emperor. Even though he had built up power for 3 consecutive attacks and learned the ultimate skills of the great grandmasters, he still did not gain any advantage in front of the Emperor. From beginning to end, the Emperor had only taken 1 step back, struck out 2 fingers, and threw out 1 punch to heavily injure Fan Xian. How could such a difference be closed by hard training and meditation? A superior 9th-level ace was already a rarely seen pinnacle figure in this world. Given Fan Xian's current cultivation, he could go anywhere in the world. However, facing a great grandmaster, no one had imagined that a superior 9th-level ace would have any possibility of challenging someone of a higher level. For Fan Xian to be able to force the Emperor back 1 step in the wind and snow and survive one of the Emperor's punches was enough to shock the world and make him proud. Fan Xian coughed up blood and took off his other boot. Standing barefoot in the cold snowy ground, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A never-before-seen pride and confidence rose in them. This abrupt emotion in the face of a crushing defeat was not because he had forced back the Emperor or because he had survived. Rather, it was because in his calm heart, there was an affirmation of his own judgment. The Emperor was old. Fan Xian had been in seclusion for 7 days. Other than thinking about the battle of the heart and preserving the lives of those he loved, what Fan Xian thought about the most was the problem of the Emperor's true condition. Just what kind of realm was the great grandmaster's realm? Fan Xian had seen Yi Luyun attack and Siga Jian, but this was different. Since the great grandmasters were said to be unfathomable, how could he assess the Emperor's true strength? Fortunately, when he was in Dongyi, before Siga Jian died, this great grandmaster had discussed the problem of the Qing Emperor's realm with Fan Xian for a long time. He had come to a somewhat blurry but close to the truth. The Qing Emperor's cultivation had been successful. During the northern expedition, the tyrannical Zhenqi in his body had exceeded its limit. In one fell swoop, it had destroyed all the meridians in his body and turned him into a cripple. In the end, for some reason, not only did the Emperor return to normal, but he also became the 4th great grandmaster in the world. The meridians in Fan Xian's body had also exploded. With the help of the begonia and the care of Tianyi Dao's natural method, he had luckily repaired his meridians. Back then, how had the Emperor survived? Siga Jian had exchanged blows with the Qing Emperor on Dong Mountain. He had told Fan Xian of his judgment. Presently, the Qing Emperor's body no longer had the meridians that a human should have. His entire body had become an opening. Jinqi flowed through his body without any hindrance. Regardless of whether it was in or out, it was fast to a shocking degree. Since there were no longer the restrictions of meridians, the tyrannical Jinqi in the Qing Emperor's body could continue to cultivate endlessly until it reached a realm that no human dared to hope for. Each great grandmaster had their own way of breaking through realms. Some relied on their closeness to heaven and earth. Some relied on their cold and severe hearts that saw heaven and earth as nothing. However, the Qing Emperor did not break through that realm by questioning his inner heart. Instead, he valiantly and endlessly solidified his cultivation. The tyrannical Jinqi in his body accumulated like an ocean and used a quantitative change to achieve a qualitative change. This was the Qing Emperor's most terrifying power. It was only by relying on the limitless Jinqi in his body and his unusually fast-breathing method that he was able to cross half the lake with one finger on Dong Mountain. He sent half of the Jinqi he had cultivated for decades into Ku He's body in the grace of one finger, bursting through his skin. If one could confirm the true nature of the Qing Emperor's great-grandmaster realm, then there was a question worth pondering. Half of the tyrannical Jinqi the Qing Emperor had accumulated for decades had been sent into Ku He's body. It was worth it to use such a large loss to kill a great grandmaster. However, the Qing Emperor would probably have to spend many years to recover this loss. Normal martial cultivators only needed a few days of meditation to recover their Jinqi to its original state. Even if half of the Jinqi in their bodies was used up, they would only need a few months to recover. However, the Qing Emperor's path had always been different from anyone else's. The Jinqi in other people's bodies was, at most, a pond. Even the great grandmasters were, at most, a small lake. However, their method of using the small lake was to make the lake water evaporate. What they did was a miraculous method. However, the Qing Emperor's body was an ocean. With half of it gone, it would probably be impossible to refill it in a short 3 years. Half of the ocean was still unfathomable. It was still not something Fan Xian could oppose. However, the Qing Emperor had suffered attacks endlessly these years. The Jingdou Rebellion, his heart hurt, the death of his son, and the death of his mother. His state of mind had probably been damaged. Furthermore, the injury the black wheelchair in the royal study had caused the emperor last autumn probably could not be completely healed. Even a great grandmaster could not be completely immune to Chen Pingping's methods. If the emperor was still the emperor from before Dong Mountain, even if he was the emperor from 3 years ago who smiled warmly and appeared moderate but was actually cold and stern, Fan Xian would not have had a chance at all. Fan Xian understood the scene on Dong Mountain very well. He knew the terrifying power of the emperor's way of the emperor's killing fist. The emperor's punch was clearly not as good as the one on Dong Mountain. No matter how many life-saving abilities Fan Xian used and even the breathing method he had hidden at the bottom of the chest, Fan Xian was still alive. If it had been the original emperor, this punch would probably have shattered Fan Xian's palm, the metal plate under his clothes, and half his body. This was enough to prove that the emperor had already stepped down from his divine altar. He was old and far from being as powerful as he had been in the past. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the emperor on the other side of the wind and snow. Fresh blood seeped out from the side of his lips, but there was a refreshing smile on his face. It was rare in his life that he had fought without fear of death. Furthermore, he faintly smelled a glimmer of victory. It was truly refreshing. The emperor also looked at his son through the sky full of wind and snow. His eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light flashed and then disappeared in them. He knew very well why Fan Xian was able to survive his punch. It was not because of that sinister kick, nor was it because of the other party's ingenuity and the palm in front of his fist. Furthermore, it was not because of that ridiculous and absurd piece of steel plate. It was because of Fan Xian's footwork, which allowed him to fly dozens of feet through the snowy sky like a floating snowflake without any effort. Because it was floating without any effort, most of the Zhenqi power in the Emperor's Way of the Emperor's Punch was completely wasted in the endless snowy sky. It did not truly land on Fan Xian's body. The question was, where did Fan Xian's footwork come from? There was no one in this world who could fly dozens of feet through the air as if they were weightless. The Emperor's eyes narrowed even more. He realized that he could not see through his son. He didn't know just how many surprises Fan Xian had waiting for him. You already have Hong Xiang's strength. The Emperor's voice passed through the sky full of wind and snow and clearly entered Fan Xian's ears. Fan Xian's expression froze slightly. He knew that this was the Emperor's ultimate affirmation of himself. Back then, other than the 4 great grandmasters, eunuch Hong's strength was the most unfathomable. The Emperor had once said that if it were not for the fact that Hong Xiang's body was abnormal, there would probably be one more great grandmaster in this world. Fan Xian felt slightly proud that the Emperor was comparing him to Hong Xiang. He also knew that the Emperor must have seen that the method he used to dispel the Way of the Emperor's Punch earlier was strange. Yes, it was the method that Master Ku he had asked Siga Jian to pass on to Fan Xian before he died. Fan Xian breathed in the wind and snow and wandered intimately through the air like a bird. It was all because he could feel the faint ripples between heaven and earth. I'm not writing anymore. I really can't write anymore. It's too damn hard to write. There are a lot of things to do during the new year, yet I have to write about this. I really want to curse. In reality, I've also cursed many times in front of the computer. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.